Hello, welcome back. Hi, spreadsheet. How are you? I decided to wear a costume today because I was looking at all the different assets and I was like, wow, that one looks cute. So I'll wear this today. There are a couple more fits I could wear over the time, but yeah. And also, congrats on first. Yeah, I really like the new I have all my screens are now Halloween themed because the lovely artist Lucky let me I haven't added them to well, they are in my description because they made if you don't know, they made my little notification alerts that play whenever I get follows and stuff. So they have made stuff for me before. They did such an incredible job. I always love like stuff that they make. And it's really cool. And this lovely asset that I'm wearing right now is by Kami, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Let me get both of them up and send them in chat. Just so, I like to credit people. Try my best to credit people. That's adorable. Oh, okay, yes. Go get yourself a water. I'm doing, I think, much better today. I'm really tired though. I don't know how long the stream is gonna last because we have a windstorm where I'm at right now. So my power will probably like most likely whenever we have storms, my power will probably go out. So I'm just guessing that I started a little early today just so we can, get a head start and just see how long we can go for. But yeah, here is the artist for the blanket. They made it free to use, or you can pay for it. Give them a little tip. And also here is lucky stuff for anyone who's curious. It's such a good job. I also have, the little PNG that you see floating on the starting soon screen. I also have that, and I could use that as a PNG if I would like. So I'm very excited. Let me play some music and stuff. And get ready. Streamlines, yeah. Thank you. Let me play some music, and then we can get started with art. Or I was already started on art, but I love the little trick or treat thing. Oh yeah, I forgot. I have to actually move everything because oh yeah, because this is new overlays. I could put this under everything. There we go. It's a little bit different, but myself in the corner for now. Maybe move the the overlay real quick. Is this the one? Da, 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 da. Mm, 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 mm. I think this should be fine for today. You see so much more. Mm, mm, mm. Ba, 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 ba. Mm, mm. No, you want Chup Chup. This is actually what the image was based off of. I found a lovely reference picture on Twitter, or not Twitter, Pinterest, excuse me. And the girl was using Chupa Chup for the lollipops in their hair and stuff. I was gonna put some more lollipops, but I think I like it like this. But yeah, this is Zambu. If you don't know, oh goodness, what is Zambu's channel? I think. Okay, yes. This is Zambu's channel. Oh, Zambu's live right now, actually. In fact. But yeah, Zambu is actually live right now. Whoops. Whoops. I did it a little early. Oh, I didn't copy it. That's why it didn't work. I see. I think they're on break right now, or they're doing. Okay, no, never mind. Zambu just got back. Yeah, if you would. No. Oh, I thought it. Oh, you know what? It still worked, even though I typed a lot extra. It still worked. We take it. But that's Zambu. If you would love to give him a follow, they're a lovely streamer. They do a lot of things. I think it's been a while since Zambu streamed too, so yeah. Also, I love how Zambu always says my name. It's I don't know. It's just so I find it so endearing because I don't know. Their accent makes it like just so nice to hear. You know what I was thinking? I wanted to ask Zambu, um, B, and maybe Bon. I don't know how busy Bon is to play Escape Simulator. That'd be fun. Uh, I also have to add Zambu's face pat. Here, I'll show you guys a picture of Zambu too, like a full body picture that they have. This is Zambu, as you can see. There's Zombie. Have very cool looks. I need to add the like patches that they have on their faces stuff. Mm, mhm, mm. Yeah. I may need to grab Zambu's P and I'll grab their little model just so I have the colors for Zambu. Mm, mm, mm. I also need to go feed my cat real quick. I forgot about that. Let me go do that real quick and then we'll be right back. Oh, there's double music. Sorry. Yeah, it's a little model. Zimba said hi. I'm happy. Oh yeah, Zambu also made if you didn't know, Zambu is an artist too. They also made this emote. I think it's my hype emote it's called. Where is it? This one. They made this one. It's so cute. I really like how this one turned out though. I was kind of worried because sometimes, you know, honestly, I think I do better with short hair, drawing short hair, because or just like short hairstyles that are updos. I don't know why, because I feel like they're just easier for me. At first, I thought I was gonna struggle, but like, you know, it turns out I'm just better at drawing short hair than longer hair. Because I think I just don't know how longer hair flows. Also, I've never really had. It's been a while since I've had long hair. That's what I'm trying to say. So, you know. Yeah, long hair is difficult. Ever since I discovered, like, ever since I cut my own hair, I learned that, like, it's so much easier just having short hair. I'm thinking about cutting it again, but, like, I'm so in between right now. Like, I'm, like, in between, like, because I want to just cut it really short so I don't have to deal with it, but also I'm like, will I be happy with that? New costume? Yeah, just for today. I have a few costumes lined up that I'll be wearing, but yeah. We got a little blinky today. A bunny blink. As you can see, I have a bunny on top of my head, a little black bunny with the cute ears and stuff. Now, you want to see the new overlays too, B, real quick? I have a new kind of transition in Be Right Back screens and stuff like that. Here. I love the little trick or treat. I have another version of it, but it's longer. And I didn't know if I wanted to use that one. Oh, I forgot to turn Spotify back on. Was it just silence for you? Whoopsies. I forgot to turn Spotify back on. So it might have been just silence for you on the screen. Whoopsies. I don't remember if I. Hopefully not. Okay, Zampo has like the patch on the face that goes right about here. And they have a stitch that's right here. An X stitch right here, which I'll fix in just a second. Felix always with his deep ass voice. How you doing today, B? Working is working. Aw, I'm sorry to hear that. You have some content ideas. Ooh, well, that's exciting. I think I remember you talking about um wanting to do more with your YouTube channel on your stream, if I'm not mistaken. You start on and working your VTuber brand, yeah. I need to post more too, but I just don't have like, you know, I need someone who's I don't usually edit myself, that's why I don't usually post a lot of videos. Which I should, but I could edit, but it's just I'm lazy. I think that's the best way to put it. Straight up. I'm gonna fix it. Make Alex do it, yeah. I have to occasionally just make him do it. Head pats, thank you for the head pat. Oh wait, I don't know where my head pats is on this, so I might have to move it. Oh, it's not working. Where is it? Da, 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 da. Is it this one? There we go. It's perfect place actually. Oh wait, I might have to move you guys a little bit because you're kind of. It's hard to see you guys a little bit. Oh, maybe I'll add a background to the chat box. You forgot Alex. It's Sims 4 only channel. Yeah, that makes sense. Me too. Play a lot of Sims 4. You didn't know, to be honest. Yeah, he does know how to edit. He edited one of my most recent videos on my YouTube channel. If you didn't know. Is it? It might be YT. YT. I think I put everything shorter handle just because it was easy. Like it's easier to type. There. Yeah. It's the Hollow Stars card unboxing. He edited that. He did an amazing job. I'm sure he's gonna say, I hate that edit. I hate it. It's bad, but it's good. It's fine. Because he said before he hates his own editing, but I think he does a great job. Looks a little funky, but it's fine. What was it? Oh, chat box. I wanted to fix chat box. Or make a new chat box where you guys could be seen better for this overlay. Where is chat box? I might have to edit it on, what'd you call it? Stream Elements? Oh wait, that won't work. There you go. Is chat box that tiny? No way. Why is it so tiny? Your video's scary. You got this. I believe in you, B. I'm waiting for someone else to type just real quick, just to see how it looks. Okay, you guys are that tiny. Okay, I actually kind of, maybe I'll make it a little bit like, maybe I'll make it a little bit bigger. Make you guys a little bit wider. I'm gonna have to turn this back. Wait, let me screenshot my actual, like, what I had it as before, because I'll forget it. Let's do 250. I do not have 2K subs. That'd be crazy. Maybe make it taller. Maybe 400. And then 300. Oh, on YouTube, you mean? It's like, that's like, I was like, what do you mean on Twitch? Sorry, brain didn't translate. Sorry, that's my V. I was like, what do you mean, V? Sorry, I'm so tired. uh, uh, where's chat box? But yeah, yeah. I got very lucky with my YouTube stuff. I had one video that went, you know, kind of a little bit oh, I didn't mean to hide you guys. Whoopsies. I didn't mean to hide you guys. That's what I mean. You already subbed to it. You don't even remember doing it. Maybe the bomb might hypnotize you. Yeah. Hopefully that's okay. It might be bad for some games, but I'll fix chat box whenever. And yeah, Zambo has a lot of things on their fingers. They have one. Wait. That would be their left hand. So yes, it would be on here. Sorry, I had to calculate. My brain just like forgets. I actually haven't had anything to eat today. I probably should eat something. I probably should. I should eat something before the power goes out, because what happened last time, I never ate anything before the power went out, and so I just had to sit there starving because I couldn't cook anything or eat. Like, I guess I could just eat Oreos, but like, you know, I didn't have a proper meal that day. Maybe you should make another mini charcuterie board. You know what? I was literally gonna say it like the other way, like the non-proper way to say charcuterie. When I first saw the word, like I was like, wait, no, that's charcuterie. I know that. Salty, delicious. Charcuterie boards are nice, but I don't have anything to make a charcuterie board. I think I have cheese, and that's about it. Maybe almonds. Oh, rip your blood pressure. Salt is so good though. Like, you know, your favorite flavor is spicy. Spicy is good too. Spicy can taste different. Yeah. Different types of spicy, different, you know, everything. Hey, zero. Oh my gosh, I was thinking of I was like, this reminds me of a show that I watched just because like someone performed the song on the show. I was like, why is this song coming back to me? I mean, I listened to this song a lot, but also I was like, I've heard it like in a show. Where did I hear it? And then we have to get Zambu's neck patch. They do have the little sweatshirt strings too. Okay, this sleeve is green. Is this car? Oh, I see. It's not card. It does have a card member in it. Oops. Are you streaming today, B? No, probably not. It's a Friday? I don't remember if you stream on Fridays. Still might as well ask. Maybe not sure. Okay, okay. I was just curious. Your weekend schedule's all over the place. Yeah, that's fair. I had one more because I feel like it's kind of empty without another stitch here. There you go. I might add a couple more here. Like one more. Either Friday or Saturday. It depends on your mood. Yeah. That's fair. I just wonder because usually you're live after I'm live, so I'll stop by if you are live. I guess I'll see either way because I like to check check who's live on Twitch after I'm done streaming. I think this is okay for example. Just have to erase some lines and then we'll be good. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm really liking how this one turned out so far. Da, 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 da. I love me, I like it. Need a cheddar red lipstick. Bum, bum, people, I'm back. Oh gosh, what? Oh, that's my blur tool. Eraser. Oh, I wanted to do a watch party. I really wanted to do my first ever watch party because a new anime came out called Don Da Don. And because I was reading the manga before. I really like the manga. And the anime just came out. I want to watch it. But I'm not sure if I would want to do a watch party without anime. There are some scenes that they're not like bad, but maybe because they depict very how do I say, they might depict some more some certain topics that might be hard to watch, so that's why I'm like, I don't know if I would want to do a watch party of that anime. I'd like to watch it on my own time, but I'm not sure to watch party with that one. It does look so good so far from everything I've seen. Maybe another anime that will come out soon. Not to see. I do want to do a watch party eventually, though. Or a watch along. One of the two. Either a watch along or watch party. Oh gosh, where did I take myself? There we go. Da da da. Gianna. Wait, we gotta ask Zambu. Wait, does Zambu even like lollipops? What is their two favorite flavors so we can make the lollipops those flavors? I'll go pop in Zambu's chat real quick. I think I have Zambu's stream still open. I should. I do. I just got an ad. I'll ask after my ad. Why am I getting an ad about like? Okay, you know what? Never mind. Please just end. Thank you. You got a sexy Reese's Pieces ad? I got an ad about pooping and gut health. Okay, strawberry grape. Zambu was like panicking, like take care of your gut though. It's true. I don't know. So the first thing, it was like a lady who's sitting down at a table interviewing people. She's like, "Hey, you want to be interviewed today?" And she's like, how good is your pooping?" Like that's what she said exactly, or something like that. And I was like, "Oh." And then she's like, "Yeah, you need to take care of your gut health. Take these probiotics, and it'll help you." I was like, "Okay." Grape and strawberry. So I'll I'll put that as a note. I'll put it on another layer. But where should I put it? I'll put it in my own chat. Okay, yeah. Let me pin that. Thank you. You're making a charcuterie in regards to matcha. Yeah, yeah, that's true. It see the only thing I've been questioning because like although I really want to watch the anime and I think it'd be fun to do a watch party. You know what? Maybe I'll have to decide. I will. Maybe I'll do a poll on Discord and choose like a couple animes to choose to watch because hey mom, I'm famous. um, no, especially just Australian, which is I guess distant British. But maybe I'll put down a couple different anime options and then people could choose like vote for what they want for the watch party. So then it like, whatever it is, we can choose to watch that. I don't know what else. Even better. But yeah. So I just had to figure out the other animes that would be possible for watching. I had to check my Crunchyroll to see which ones I have on my watch list or like ones that might be good to watch. Um, but that one is my number one that I would like to watch. Maybe I'll do a watch along on stream too. So like people like usually what you do for watch alongs, um, you just put on the like you just watch something on stream, but you don't actually put it on stream. You just be like, hey, you can join and was watching me, and I'll put like a timer on screen if people want to watch. That is one anime. What else could we add to the animes that we could watch? Has Blue did Blue Lock come out? I know the new season of Blue Lock was kind of being made fun of, but I'm still interested to watch. The animation did not look good in the trailer. I'm gonna say that. This is a cause of copyright issues. Yeah, you can still watch with people, but in a different way. This one looks like a very sad anime, or like very kind of upsetting. Well, not upsetting, but like just very. I've been wanting to watch this one actually. It's called Meruko-chan. Um, basically, this girl can see ghosts and stuff. Um, I thought it was very like interesting. Okay, I'm gonna add that to my list. You're British too. Both your mom and dad are half, so first gen Aussie. It's like that's funny. You're like, wait a minute. You're like, wait, I am British. Let me make a list of animes. Maybe I'll give three or four options. Why is this song on this playlist? I can't listen to this. I just realized we can't listen to this. Get it off my playlist. Get it off my playlist. This was before the boycott. Oh my gosh. Give me a second. I had to get all these songs off my playlist. Not that I hate this group, it's just boycotting this company. Refuse to stream it. Get it off. Get it off my playlist. There we go. Thank you. Exactly. We heard nothing. That company gets no money. There's this company basically. So this one company called they're called Blockberry Creative, or BBC for short, and the group that they created was a 12-member group, and they were amazing. Like them individually and as a group were amazing artists and everything like that, but they were treated so poorly while they were in the company. And also they have like so many lawsuits against them that it's kind of crazy, and most of the lawsuits that they have against them, the girls won against them, so it's like pretty obvious that the company is pretty shady and pretty bad. So everyone decided collectively to support the girls, that to not stream anything from the company and not like do anything, buy their albums, not do anything. And the company lost so much money. The boycott actually worked, where they lost so much money that they're just like basically done for. So boycotts do work. So if you ever hear people talking about boycotts, they do work. It's hard sometimes because there's a lot of people who are like, the company's so big anyways, but just saying, like if enough people, it's like vote. It's like, I feel like this is the same thing. A lot of people go, oh, I'm just one vote. It doesn't matter. Your vote always matters. Trust me. It's like that. It works. Effective boycotts are really hard. They are. It does stand for so many things. It's kind of crazy. But this boycott did work. A lot of even like I think how do I say this? A lot of music artist fans especially feel like they can't do anything sometimes, but sometimes it does work. I can tell you, sometimes it does work. If you have like a fandom and group of people that are like strong enough and willing to enough, it does work. But some people just don't have that willpower, or like they don't care enough, so that's why oftentimes they may not work out. Yeah, some companies are easier to boycott than others. For sure. That's why a lot of people I hate to, like, this is also going to be controversial. Well, not controversial, but there's also another company in K-pop that is very, like, one of the biggest, and it's called Hybe. They are a very shady company. A lot of things that they've done too. They're trying to monopolize every single thing in the Korean music world. And a lot of people are like, boycott them, and it's like, they are like, it's kind of like, yes, I get it, but they are one company that I feel like would be so hard to boycott unless everyone just up and just dropped it, genuinely. Because even if everyone globally dropped the company, I don't think it would even matter, because the Korean fans I don't think they care. I don't think they care. They would still have a ton of money, ton of sponsors and everything. People need to be really angry to boycott, actually, yeah. And that was one of the cases there. Oh, I never finished Sign of Affection. Maybe, I don't know. That one seems a little bit different. Mm-hmm. Mm-mm. 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 Da, 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 da. Okay, wait, sorry, let me get my notepad up. I'm getting so distracted today, but has Gamma. Gamma's very addictive, yeah. I think also people, I don't know what it is about Genshin. I think it's kind of crazy the way that you just gambled right now. Maybe it's people feel like they've been playing for so long, that's why they don't want to drop it. Whoa. Yeah, I think so many people have been gambling in my chat. B, you've been going up. So many people have been gambling. You've gone up. Who's number one? I can check right now. Actually, you could maybe do exclamation leaderboard, possibly. You never gambled, yeah. Penguin was number one. He had like 9 million points and he gambled it all. Yeah, here's a leaderboard. Let's see who's number one. I'm Angie. Oh, Ez has the most points. That makes sense. She has 9 million. Yeah. Yeah. The leaderboard used to be a lot different. I will say that. It did used to be a lot different. Okay, I'm distracted now, but I need to write down my watch along party stuff. Just real quick. You won! Imagine if you gambled all. That'd been crazy. Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh, it might have like a little bit of a cooldown. I don't remember exactly, but you should be able to do it. Damn, it's cutting you off. It's cutting you off. It's already cutting you off. Oh, watch party. Oh, what was the other anime that I wanted to add to this list? There's another one that I just said, but I just don't remember off the top of my head. Oh, Meiruku. Okay, yeah. Meiruko-chan. Oh, bye, dumb. Then you got so dumb. This is the most I've seen someone win, B. Everyone else is like... nice that I had some die by dumb. I got 2 animes on my list right now. One more anime would be good to add. Oh, nice. I'm trying to look for one more anime. Just that would be good to add for the list of things that we could watch. One more. Actually, is Meiruku, what is the rating of it? Or no, like how many stars does it have on Crunchyroll? I know like the stars don't matter, but I'm just curious. Okay, 4.7. Oh yeah, this anime. Winnie until you're number one. Bye, dumb. I don't like the name of that anime. Why would that be there? Bye, dumb. Is this a maid anime? I'll watch it. You know, it's a part of me. Dum dum. One. I don't know who would be the longest. Maybe Sleep or is or Cabbage. Maybe. I don't remember. This one kind of seems funny, so I'm gonna add my list. What is this anime? Oh, is it Pure Cure? Oh wait, Pure Cure is on Crunchyroll. I was wondering where it was. Okay, there we go. You knew? That's okay. I appreciate everyone, no matter how long you've been here, you know? I'm trying to find one more anime that would be good to add to this list, but I don't know. Maybe I'll check after stream. What song is this? Oh, Sweet Dreams. I'll leave it open for a second. Let's like get a suggestion. Right now I have Miruko-chan and Dan Da Dan. I'm sure both animes have some weird. Anime is always like even though you think an anime is safe, it always ends up with like, whoa, what was that scene? Sometimes it happens. I think we're done with Zambu's stuff, and we could just color it. I just use Zambu's colors. I guess like I don't really have a theme for it, but just animes I've been watching. There's a couple other ones maybe I could add, but it's like very different genre. Like I haven't finished Signs of Affection, which is a very cute romance one, but I don't know if I would... Maybe I'll add it. Maybe. Friend is good. I already... Maybe I'll add that. I already finished that one though. It'd be like a rewatch for me. Oh my gosh, this penguin is so cute. Sorry, I just got distracted by a penguin anime. I love animal animes. You don't like the Asian style romances? They're way too slow. That's fair. Is annoying for you possible? I think you're not watching the right ones. There's some ones I've seen that are very fast paced, but I get a lot of them are very slow. No, yeah, I get that. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Alex, how are you? So I'm trying to figure out what animes to add to watch party or like for people to vote for a watch party. I have two right now. I wonder if I want more. Let run, run, run. No, da, 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 da. I got Dan Da Dan and I got Marco Chan, which is Marco Chan is about a girl who sees ghosts. Basically, she could see entities. Well, no one else can. You know any good anime? I could just add those two and have people vote between the two, but I can see. I get upset. Wait, 2 episodes are out for the show? Like for real or not for real? Okay, no, it's just a lie. I see. It lied to me. I'll just have those two for now. I think it should be fine. Okay. Run. Open. Open Zambu. Like a little Zambu. Oh, oops, wrong. I meant to get my color pick. What is this darker color? Run, 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 run. It's so. You need to change the background color. What color do we want to make the background? I'll just make it red for now. Maybe red's a little too harsh. Let's make it blue. Is this Chinese version? It is the Chinese version. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I was supposed to get food like an hour ago. Or like, I don't know, just a while ago. Whoopsies. It's fine. Grocery order. I think you know what? I think I added the Chinese version of the song because I played it a lot on a rhythm game. That's why I added the Chinese version. It's delicious. Okay. Maybe I should take the Chinese version off of my playlist just because of one person. Da, 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 na, 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 na. No. Not today. I don't know when. I said maybe next week, Ricky. Yeah. As I don't even think I would be able to get through the game. How long is the game actually? Any time now is next week. I said next week last time. I think 2 nights is really fast. Okay. Sorry, I prefer games that don't want me to like make myself like I can't say it like that. I'm sorry, like happiness, you know, joy of like not being scared, you know. Bam, 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 bam. Yeah, I promise next week I'll play Joy of Creation, Ricky. Don't worry. Oh yeah, it's only the demo. I forgot it's not the full game. The full game comes out later. That's why it's so short. I was like, why is it so short? What happened to the 7 nights or the 5 nights? Fuck. Why did I say 7 nights? You know, I just love the Fazbear Entertainment so much. I want to spend 7 nights there. Deja vu. Deja vu. Mm, coming Okay, old game. Yeah. I know in the first game you can do 7 nights. It's just that's like the bonus nights, aren't they? Oh, whoops, wrong pen. Or wrong thing. Deja vu. Deja vu. Deja vu. Deja vu. I'm gonna do a day where we watch that 8-hour FNAF lore video. Just a day where we sit down and watch the 8-hour FNAF lore video. This is a new one out. I don't know if he made a new one because I know there's new lore. We'll have to see. Maybe he made a 10-hour one. I'm gonna BRB just real quick. That's my mouse. Pull what up? Pull what up on stream? The trailer or what? FNAF lore. Oh, the FNAF lore. I was like, what do you mean? I could. Here, let me see. Let me see. Let me go find it. I guess it is a perfect time for FNAF lore. Halloween time. Can I say it? I hate when people say that MatPat is like the one to watch for FNAF lore, because I think his FNAF lore is the worst among all FNAF lore. But that's my hot take. But he is very famous in the community. I just don't think he's done a great job. I think there's so many other ones. Who's Matt? Really? You don't know who MatPat is? Basically, he's a game theorist, and he's made a lot of game theories about different games. So he'll explain games' lores and go on to like theories about the game and stuff like that. He's very famous. He's not only known for FNAF, but he's just most famous for his FNAF stuff. I can show you him real quick. Game theory. Wait a second. I need to move my Zambu reference picture. Yeah, the game theory dude. That's his name. MatPat. Or his YouTube name, I guess. He's retired now, technically. Mm-hmm. No, he just retired. I think he's just living his life, taking care of his... I think he has a kid now. Maybe he has 2 kids. I know he has... I think he has a kid, I'll say. Okay, let me pull up a FNAF board. You guys ready for your 8-hour lecture? I'm actually automatically captured. Oh my gosh, I hate Opera. I don't know why Opera does this. Whenever I try to show my screen for YouTube videos, it just doesn't work for some reason. Or maybe it's... I don't know, it's just weird. I don't know what it is. Maybe my hardware accelerator is on, maybe? That might be it. FNAF lore in 13 seconds Discord call. That's an interesting one. This is the video I watched. It's actually almost 9 hours. You guys go. We will not be able to finish this, but we'll watch as much as we can. Which is will probably be like an hour at most, because I'm... Well, yeah, an hour at most, because I'm still kind of working on Zambu. I'm eating right now, so... Might as well. Oh gosh. Warframe lore 2. Where is it? I need to make it smaller.
Welcome to the Absurds. My name is Gibby, and I have
Hi,
written
Gibby.
scripts well over 100 pages before, but I have never
Wish I put it
subject like this.
right here, maybe?
This is the most complicated narrative I have ever unwound on my channel. If you're a long
I don't know, actually, is that Stuart? Stuart, oh gosh, Stuart, you're kind of in the way. Just a little bit. You know what? You guys don't really need to see the video. I guess you guys just can hear it.
Fiction, true stories, and fictional worlds.
Here, let me change.
Detailed they feel like.
Let me change my title. FNAF lore while art. There's shorter videos, of course, but he does like a full run through. He does like he's thorough. He's thorough.
Reality. And the most interesting thing I discuss are the intersections between these fantastical fictions and the unbelievable stories and joy behind their creations. In this video,
He
I'm going
said
to
the
talk about
thing.
Five Nights at Freddy's. The internet will have you believe this is the most complicated video game story ever told. And they are correct. Well, this video is going to serve as a full overview of the franchise, so even people who are completely unfamiliar with it will be able to follow along.
See, if you're new, you can also follow along if you have basically a Hobbit's length film marathon length of time. you can
detail as I attempt to do the impossible and craft a coherent, all-encompassing timeline of events in FNAF. So if you've been with the franchise since 2014 like I have, or if you just want to know what all the fuss is about with the new movie coming out, stay tuned. We're about to go on a journey together. Buckle up for the next 7 or so hours.
History.
Five Nights at Freddy's started life as an indie game developer.
I'll also link it in chat for anyone who just wants it. I don't expect anyone to watch this unless you're a real, like, if you have nothing else to do, I guess. But just in case you guys want to actually go check it out yourself.
Developed by a single man, Scott Cawthon. It has since spawned nearly a dozen sequels, multiple series of novels, and an upcoming movie being produced by...
Yeah, did you guys know that the FNAF has books? I did not know that. They have books. And the books have canon lore in it.
Mouse. I say upcoming knowing full well that within a few short weeks, this video will be outdated by the movie, but hey, that's how YouTube works. I can't sit on this video forever. Most people know the story by heart, but it's important to cover the origins of the franchise, because I think that understanding the author is one of the best ways to start looking into the meaning of a piece of art.
I mean, yeah, comic/books, that's what I meant.
Several failed indie games before Five Nights at Freddy's, most of them using simple yet stylized graphics that look straight out of the early 90s. Something that's brought up a lot is that Scott is a devout Christian, and so his games featured themes that you would find in works created by religious people. I don't think that's actually an important part of the story of Five Nights at Freddy's, which I'm going to call FNAF from now on, because that's just way too long of a title to keep saying. I think the internet just likes highlighting Scott as being religious, because it makes the turn from bright and chipper games he used to make to the dark and legitimately disturbing FNAF all the more drastic, dramatic.
It is unexpectedly expansive. It is.
The role that God plays in works created by faithful people. I think a lot of religious people would say
back
that
to Jordan Zambu while we watch this FNAF.
Creative endeavors. But it's so weird to me that people label Scott as a Christian when so many creators, especially here in America, are Christian. I've never seen a video essay about Skyrim opened by discussing how Todd Howard is Catholic. I just think it's wild that when people are discussing FNAF theories, someone will say, well, you know, Scott is Christian, as if the vast, vast majority of art people consume isn't made by a religious person. Anyway, the game he made right before FNAF was actually called Chipper & Sons Lumber Company. See, that's why I described his older games as Chipper. Is a pun. But before Scott made Chipper & Sons, he created a much darker game in 2012 called The Desolate Hope. This game is intentionally dark, frightening even. Scott didn't go from VeggieTales to child murder. He was a normal, adult creator who made some games for kids and some games for older people. Again, I think the focus on Scott's past is meant to point to FNAF being this breaking point, where he was so desperate with one final chance for success that he let the inner darkness of his soul come out to make this horrific experience. But I honestly don't think it was that dramatic. A major criticism of Chipper & Sons was that the characters looked like scary animatronics, and so Scott decided his next game would have intentionally scary animatronics. I don't think Scott was waving his fist in the air saying, if this is what you want, I'll show you scary. I think he did what he would continue to do while making the FNAF series. He made his next game using the feedback he got from his previous game. And so Five Nights at Freddy's
Hi,
was
Jay.
born. A horror game about demonic-looking
Betted him to do
animatronics right out of
a
your
good game, yeah.
1980s Chuck E.
Are you bet?
Cheese-inspired nightmares.
Jay.
Like
Sorry,
Slender, the 8
my
pages
brain
before
malfunctioned.
it, FNAF became a favorite among YouTube Let's Players because it gave them plenty of opportunities to scream loudly at the camera to entertain their viewers.
Oh god! What the okay?
The game became very popular after being picked up by big Let's Players like Markiplier. It sold enough copies that Scott could quit his day job and develop games as a career. I don't think Scott made his game with YouTubers in mind, I think it was a happy accident. But that's not to take away from what made the original FNAF really great. FNAF is this weird mix of many video game genres that has never really existed before.
I'm gonna BRB you just real quick, but I'll leave you guys right here.
Which is really just a stretched JPEG that's been given a cylinder shape so you can look side to side and be given the illusion of depth. The only thing you can do is look at security cameras and close 2 doors on either side of you. It's not exactly a survival horror game, it's not exactly a tower defense, it's not exactly point and click, it's not exactly a game of Pac-Man. It's a weird combination of all of those things.
I'm back.
Let me set the stage for you. Pun definitely intended. In Five Nights at Freddy's, you play as a security guard at a fictionalized version of Chuck E. Cheese. They got arcade machines, they got pizza, they got animatronics that sing and entertain the kids, and they got animatronics that sing and terrify the kids. It's just how it is. You have to stay there from midnight until 6 a.m. and just watch the building. But soon you learn that you're not there to keep vandals and burglars out. You're there because of the animatronics. Every night you hear a recorded message from the previous nighttime guard over the phone, which led the community to dub this character Phone Guy. Phone Guy explains that the animatronics have to walk around occasionally to prevent their servos from locking up, and that they can't do it during the day because in the past letting them walk around led to the bite of 87, in which someone lost the frontal lobe of their brain. The animatronics have some level of artificial intelligence, and Phone Guy says that if they see you, they'll probably think you're an endoskeleton in need of a mascot suit, so they'll drag you to the back room and stuff you into a spare suit, which would kill you. The game, then, is to survive until 6 a.m. by warding off characters and protecting yourself from them using strategy techniques that you learn through trial and error, with some hints from Phone Guy. You survive 5 nights, get a paycheck, and the game ends. That's the basis of Five Nights at Freddy's. It's just pattern recognition with a creepy atmosphere and some subtle lore and lots of jump scares, which made it the perfect game to play for a YouTube channel. It's one thing to play the game and slowly learn how to beat each night and best each animatronic, but when you do, you get frustrated every time you die because you just don't know why. The game is not great at communicating exactly what you're supposed to be doing, which led to a lot of myths and legends at the time about easy ways to best certain characters like Foxy. But if you're watching somebody play, not only do you get to watch them figure it out on their own, but when they die, it's not frustrating, it's hilarious. They scream and make funny sounds.
Okay. God, this night is lasting forever!
And of course, all the boring parts will be edited out, so you just get a smooth, engaging narrative of your favorite screaming YouTube boy fighting his way through each night.
Where's the ducky? Where's Mr. Zamet? No ducky there. Where's my...
FNAF is a great game mechanically, but in its essence, it's actually better as a video. The fun puzzle parts are still fun because you, the viewer, still get to figure them out, and the frustrating failures are fun because you're not the one failing. Again, I think it's accurate to say the game
is that why people love to watch streamers play or YouTubers play horror games? You don't have to play them. You just sit and laugh at them suffer.
The lore I mentioned earlier. The bite of 87, the lived-in feeling of the building and the history it implies. Nowadays, we might say it has the essence of a liminal space. We see a party room, empty, with hats set up for a party that you aren't going to attend. You're seeing something outside of its own
You wish you were back in 87.
We find that creepy. There's also newspapers on the wall you can read that tell a very vague but also easy to decipher story. The original Freddy
Let's
Fazbear's
get
Pizza was
Sam
shut
Boo's
down because
jacket
5
colored.
children went missing inside, but their bodies were never found. Kids vanish at local pizzeria. Bodies not found. 2 local children were reportedly lured into a back room during the late hours of operation at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza
Yeah,
on
I
the
can
night
kind of
of
go
June
wild with this.
26th. While video surveillance identified the man responsible and led to his capture the following morning, the children themselves were never found and are presumed dead. Police think that the suspect dressed as a company mascot to earn the children's trust. 5 children now reported missing. Suspect convicted. 5 children are now linked to the incident at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, where a man dressed as a cartoon mascot lured them into a back room. While the suspect has been charged, the bodies themselves were never found. Freddy Fazbear's Pizza has been fighting an uphill battle ever since to convince families to return to the pizzeria. It's a tragedy. Local pizzeria threatened with shutdown over sanitation. Local pizzeria, Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, has been threatened again with shutdown by the health department over reports of foul odor coming from the much-loved animal mascots. Police were contacted when parents reportedly noticed what appeared to be blood and mucus around the eyes and mouths of the mascots. One parent likened them to reanimated carcasses. Local pizzeria is said to close by year's end. After a long struggle to stay in business after the tragedy that took place there many years ago, Freddy Fazbear's Pizza has announced that it will close by year's end. Despite a year-long search for a buyer, companies
By the way, is
seem
it loud
unwilling
enough?
to be associated with the company.
Or
These
you want it a
characters
little
will
bit
live
louder?
on in the hearts of kids. These characters will live on.
Actually, I don't need to color that sleeve.
CEO. So yeah, the killer stuffed
This
their
one's
bodies in the
green.
suits, and now they're haunted. Pretty straightforward. I wouldn't say that this is so much hidden
It is
lore
good
as
enough?
it
Like,
is
loud
subtext.
enough?
You're supposed to understand what the newspapers are implying. Also, fun fact, recording this is the first time I noticed that last quote. These characters will live on in the hearts of kids. These characters will live on. It's a joke because the characters are going to live on because they're possessed and they're ghosts. I get it now. The events described in these newspapers are referred to by fans
It all
as
makes
the Missing
sense.
Children's Incident,
Yes, okay.
or the MCI. This will go on to be the basis and the catalyst for everything that happens in the story. And because of that, all of the details surrounding it are extremely important. The newspapers explain that cameras picked up someone in a mascot suit luring children into a back room. This happened in June, and the next day after the camera footage was observed, the guy was arrested. But even then, the bodies were never found. We know and we can assume that they were stuffed into the suits. That's why it's the missing children incident and not the dead children incident. There's some speculation about when this occurred, but basically everyone agrees it was 1985. The newspaper specifies the month of June, and the 1985 number comes from the books that describe the incident, as well as the fact that based on later games in the series, we know it takes place between 1983 and 1987. So 1985 is the date of the missing children incident, which from now on I will refer to as the MCI. Besides the minimal story, jump scares, and gameplay, the main take people had back in the day was how silly it was for our main character security guard, whose name we learn is Mike Schmidt, to keep coming back, once it's very apparent how dangerous the animatronics are. This is what we nowadays would call ludonarrative dissonance, which is a very pretentious way of saying that the gameplay and the story are out of sync. The story tells you that the animatronics are dangerous and that you have to fight for survival, but the gameplay makes you come back for 5 nights, which no reasonable person would. The character only acts the way they do during the gameplay sections because the story demands it, even if it conflicts with the story. And a lot of people noticed and made fun of this back in 2014. And oh, how wrong they were. You see, the fact that the Night Guard comes back after the first night is extremely crucial to the ongoing plot of the series. But it will take 4 more games for us to realize what that reason he comes back is. And now we're going to transition away from the game, and we're going to start talking about the story.
You know, I think it's sad that, okay, this is a side note, but Chuck E. Cheese which I think FNAF is basically based off. Of course, there's other mascot-based franchises, but Chuck E. Cheese being the biggest. Them getting rid of their scary-ass animatronics is the worst thing that they could have done. They can't traumatize kids anymore, you know? Like, I think that was the #1 lore for me. Like, I love Chuck E. Cheese. I went there for my birthday all the time. But now you can't even see those animatronics anymore because they got rid of them. And it's so sad. You can't even collect your Chuck E. Cheese tokens anymore. Chuck E. Cheese, well, it's fun. I love that place. But the animatronics did terrify me every time I saw them, and I would cry every time they started moving. And I was scared that one of them would get off the stage and walk towards me.
Freddy Fazbear's Pizza is a Chuck E. Cheese analog within the universe the game takes place. During the day, the restaurant is a fun kids party destination where families can watch an animatronic band and eat pizza.
The pizza's so good. Yes, yes, you know what's up, B.
The bear, Bonnie the bunny, and Chica the chicken. Off the main stage is Pirate's Cove, where Foxy the Fox pirate.
Let me pause it real quick. I know he's talking about just this game real quick. Who's your favorite animatronic in the FNAF series, you guys? I gotta know. I gotta ask. I feel like it's important. You ever been to a Chuck E. Cheese and you have a clown in Poland and a man in every Polish children have been traumatized. See, I think every country needs just one restaurant to traumatize children. You know, you gotta have a little bit of trauma in your life. They serve uneven slices. There's different reasonings for that. Because if you don't know, pizzerias, depending on how they cut the pizza, you can have your own theories. But like, if you want a real answer, they don't reuse their pizza. That'd be an FDA violation. But what some restaurants do, they sell by the slice, so they may cut it very weirdly. So instead of selling by like a whole pizza, but like it just weirdly cut. And also, like, man, there's 16-year-olds working at a restaurant. Like, I'm not gonna yell at a 16-year-old that unevenly cut my pizza. I'm not gonna be like, wow, they definitely took this from another pizza. It just may be like, just buy this the way they cut it. That's just me. You can also have your theories. You could always just, I don't really care. You could think Chuck E. Cheese does reuse their pizza. It's not my business. Are locally owned, yeah, exactly. Foxy's your favorite. Roxy is your favorite. I think always my favorite's been Bonnie. Every time. I like the silly bunny. I think he's cool. Some of them sold parts of their pizza on deliveries. Yeah, they did, which led, yes, which makes sense. I wish I could get Chuck E. Cheese delivered to me, but I don't think there's one near me. I'd love to go to one. I actually don't know if they still have the rule. Some Chuck E. Cheeses have a rule that you cannot go into it if you do not have a kid, which I guess makes sense, you know, but like, what if I just wanted to get a pizza? You can order pizza out though. Oh, how dare you, Jay? What do you mean Bonnie low-key ugly? Get out of here. How dare you? Ugh. I want to hear that disrespect. Chuck E. Cheese, yeah. Oh, I'm kidding. No, I'm kidding. I'm sorry. I'm just joking.
He's out of order.
But also yes, David Buster's does have a good pizza too. It's like adult Chuck E. Cheese, basically. I guess Chuck E. Cheese for adults, I should basically say.
Cuddly friend more so than a frightening wild grizzly. There's a help wanted ad in the local newspaper. Freddy's is looking for a night shift security guard to work from midnight to 6 a.m. The newspaper claims the company is not responsible for injury or dismemberment. It pays $120 a week. Upon arriving for the first night, the player character, Mike Schmidt, sits down alone in the security guard's office. Around him are posters, drawings, and toys. The largest poster says "Celebrate" and depicts the main stage with Bonnie, Freddy, and Chica, a brick wall behind them, and cloud decorations floating by their heads. On the desk are several old TVs, trash in the form of crumpled tinfoil, a soda cup, papers, and a
Let's give it was a good
constantly
one.
spinning fan. On one of the
Why you
monitors
just
is a
like
pink
seeing Bonnie
cupcake with a single
destroyed?
candle
You
in
hate
its
Bonnie that
eyes
much, Jay?
staring directly
I'm
back
kidding.
at you. Children's crayon drawings are pinned to the wall. One depicts a boy with a green shirt labeled "Me," opening a present with Bonnie inside. It's titled "My Fun Day." Another, also titled "My Fun Day," but
Used to be
in
scared
pink,
by him.
shows balloons.
You
with the
bet,
number on the side
your
having
home
just
made
popped.
pizza better than you
A
made your
yellow
pizza.
"My Fun Day" drawing shows a boy opening a small present with Freddy and 5 other children watching. Purple "My Fun Day" shows Freddy giving a child a present. A cut-off drawing shows a child and Chica standing by a cake with Freddy watching, and a final paper shows the lower half of Bonnie's head. There are speakers on the floor under the desk, however they are covered in cobwebs. On the security cameras, Mike can see most of the building. There are blind spots just outside the office. The camera to the kitchen is broken, and the camera footage is very staticky. Freddy, Chica, and Bonnie start the night on the stage, and Foxy is behind the curtain at Pirate Cove, which is closed and out of order. Foxy's body is noticeably damaged, so perhaps the state of the animatronic is the reason for this closure. Throughout the night, Bonnie and Chica will wander around. Bonnie might walk up to your left door, and Chica may wander toward the right. Foxy is constantly in a state of coming to get you. Looking at the security cameras causes them to emit a light.
Yeah, much of a
like the
hater.
red
No,
light on
yeah, I
the
know,
camera
I
to
know.
indicate
I'm
it's
only
recording,
kidding. I'm only
and
teasing.
This light freezes Foxy in place. Freddy also makes his way toward you, but for him the system is a little different. You have to specifically be watching the camera he is on to freeze him in place. Almost like he can tell he's being watched.
He
On the
knows.
first night, the phone rings, and Mike Schmidt hears the following message from Phone Guy.
Hello? Hello? Is there a phone? I want to be the phone guy. I want an outfit. I want to be the phone guy.
Get settled in your first night. I actually worked in that office before you. I'm finishing up my last week now, as a matter of fact, so I know it can be a bit overwhelming.
What's that?
I'm here to tell you there's nothing
What
to
video
worry
is that,
about.
Ricky?
You'll do fine. So let's just focus on getting you through your first week, okay? Welcome to Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, a magical place.
Also, this video is
where
right
kids are grown
here,
up
so
to life,
it's...
where fantasy
Wait,
and
what
fun
video is that? Can't see it. What is it? I'll click on it until you tell me what it is. Oh, a FNAF jump scare. Oh, is it just about the jump scares? Like, which one? Oh, it's not even gonna pop up for you guys. Oh, I see. It's just someone imitating the FNAF jump scares. I see.
come to life. Fazbear Entertainment is not responsible for damage to property or person. Upon discovering that damage or death has occurred, a missing person report will be filed within 90 days or as soon as property and premises have been thoroughly cleaned and bleached and the carpets have been replaced. Blah, blah, blah. Now, that might sound bad,
Just watch it.
know,
I did.
but
It's
there's
just
really
someone
nothing to
imitating the
worry about.
FNAF jump scares.
The animatronic characters here do get a bit quirky at night, but do I
They
blame
get a little
them?
quirky
No.
at night.
If I were forced to sing those same stupid songs for 20 years and I never got a bath, I'd probably be a bit irritable at night too. So remember, these characters hold a special place in the hearts of children and we need to show them a little respect, right? Okay. So just be aware, the characters do tend to wander a bit. They're left in some kind of free roaming mode at night. Something about their servos locking up if they get turned off for too long. They used to be allowed to walk around during the day too, but then there was the bite
Like the
of 7. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that video before.
The human body can live without the frontal lobe, you know? Now, concerning your safety, the only real risk to you as a night watchman here, if any, is the fact that these characters, if they happen to see you after hours, probably won't recognize you as a person. They'll most likely see you as a metal endoskeleton without its costume on. Now, since that's against the rules here at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, they'll probably try to forcefully stuff you inside a Freddy Fazbear
No big
suit.
deal. They'll just try to stuff you in a suit
Now,
real
that wouldn't
quick.
be so
No big
bad
deal.
if the suits themselves weren't filled with cross beams, wires, and animatronic devices.
Maybe a
especially
little
around the
bit painful.
facial area. So you can imagine how having your head forcefully pressed inside one of those could cause a bit of discomfort.
Yeah, just a little bit.
We learned from this call that Phone Guy worked here before us, recorded various messages that we'll hear as the nights go on, and now no longer works for the company. The setup is a little weird because he recorded these messages a week ago and left them for us, and each one is delivered to us as a phone call, but it's a recording. The phone is programmed to ring at midnight each night with a different message, even though all of them were already recorded, which is weird considering what happens later. Phone Guy alludes to the characters singing the same stupid songs for 20 years. This date will eventually become important, but for now it just means the restaurant has been around for a while and has clearly seen better days. He also mentions the bite of 87. One of the animatronics bit someone's head, which is unfortunate. Although we can gather that Phone Guy was employed back in 1987, which further teaches us some history of the building. The most alarming part, of course, is that the Phone Guy says the animatronics won't recognize Mike as human after hours, but will think we're a naked endoskeleton. It's very unclear why this is the case, and what about it being night makes them unable to recognize humans.
It's too
We'll
dark
get back
out.
to that. The phone call for Night 2 only includes gameplay information describing how to use the cameras and how Foxy's mechanic works. Night 3 has more story bits, with Phone Guy stating,
Most people don't last this long. I mean, you know, they usually move on to other things by now. I'm not implying that they died. That's not what I meant.
Yeah, thank you,
It's
Phone
unclear
Guy.
if he's actually being serious or not. It might just be there to set the spooky mood. Or maybe a bunch of employees have died, I don't know. I think it's more likely that nobody else has died because this topic never comes up again in the entire series. Some people interpret this as saying that there have been many other night security guards, but that's not how I interpret it. I think that he's just saying that even the daytime shift and the daytime workers have a high turnover rate. It says that he was the last security guard. So again, I just think that the high turnover rate is for the day crew. Night 4 has one of the most important story moments for the entire series. Take a listen.
Oh, hey, wow, day 4. I knew you could do it. Hey, listen, I may not be around to send you a message tomorrow. It's been a bad night here for me.
Oh no.
I'm kind of glad that I recorded my messages for you. When I did. Hey, do me a favor. Maybe sometime you could check inside those suits in the back room. I'm gonna try to hold out until
Oh my gosh.
checks. Maybe it won't be so bad.
Thank you.
I always wondered what was in all those empty heads back
And I'll
there.
stretch.
You know. Oh no.
Phone Guy just died. Now stuff is getting real. For the tone of
Eh,
the
no
game,
big deal.
obviously,
I'm
this
sure
is
he's
meant to
fine.
Ramp up tension for the final
Just put a
night's
band-aid on it.
Now it's actually hard. Now the tutorial guy is dead. The wise old master has died, and now you must rise above him. Also, I bet Scott really regrets this because it really limits storytelling going forward. So the animatronics killed Phone Guy, and his body has been in the back room since before.
Thank you for the
he started
hydrating stretch,
working
Penguin.
here.
How are you?
Yeah, there's no way he's still alive. R.I.P. Phone Guy. So these animatronics, these monsters, are the real deal. Sure, in game over screens, they've killed you before if you fail at the game, but that's not technically canon. Obviously, your character Mike survives to the end of the game, but now, in the story, canonically, they have killed. These things are murderers, monsters. Clearly, they are pure evil. Or not, maybe they have a good reason to kill the phone guy, I don't know. The Night 5 phone call sounds like this.
Oh my gosh. Just so loud. Sounds like a normal phone call. Good, I'm pretty good.
This audio is broken text from the book Autobiography of a Yogi by Paramhansa
I remember
Yoganda.
actually. Okay, wait. Before I remember someone made a video about all the FNAF sounds and where they came from. It was kind of interesting to hear where all the sound bites came from in every game.
from the book Autobiography of a Yogi by Paramhansa Yoganda.
Agricultural development is stated by fully use your marvelous mechanism. Would it not be easily possible to employ some of them in quick laboratory experiments to indicate the influence of various fertilizer on plant growth? You are right. Apples usually be made by few generations. Seldom knows of perennial. The joy of creating.
The joy of creation. He said it.
And it's definitely something Scott may have picked up and read just by going to college or being recommended it by a friend. People like Steve Jobs swear that it's like the greatest book ever. The final line became really popular in the fandom and birthed the phrase, the joy of creation, which became a sort of tagline for the series. It brings to mind a sort of Frankenstein-like character, a mad scientist who derives their pleasure, their happiness from creating things, even if those things are abominations. But this is a misquote. The line is actually, the joy of creative service. But that doesn't mean it's not important. Scott's writing and the fandom interpretation of the games are a sort of twin snake Ouroboros. They feed into each other in a constant loop.
Ew, I hate that picture.
Though that wasn't Scott's intention, it's very possible that the fans interpreting the game this way led to the mad scientist Dr. Frankenstein character, who would eventually become the antagonist of the series. Now, if my college degree in English literature with a focus in creative writing and a minor in philosophy has taught me anything, it's not to spend $120,000 on a liberal arts degree, but if it's taught me two things, it's when a work references or alludes to another work, that other work is important to the text's themes. And that means that a true deep dive into FNAF would require reading Autobiography of a Yogi in order to understand Scott's true intentions. But this video is long enough, and the lore is so deep that adding in an entire tangent about a 90-year-old barely related book would just be gratuitous.
He adds it anyways.
So the book starts with a chapter about Yogananda growing up in India. Okay, so to cover this quickly, a yogi in simple terms is someone who practices yoga, but not modern American millennial Wii Fit yoga, like meditation as it actually is used in Indian religious practices. Basically, a yogi is like a monk. They're not a priest, they're not a religious leader, but they've devoted their life to living their religious practices to the fullest. Yogananda is a yogi from the 1900s who wrote this book in the 40s, and it talks about his life and beliefs and spirituality and things like that. This book is obviously a religious text of a religion I don't practice, and a religion Scott doesn't practice. I absolutely do not mean to belittle anyone's faith by comparing the philosophy in this book to Jump Scare Bear Game. But some of the themes are important. I'm approaching this as a Westerner who's interested in the philosophy, and not as a believer or a preacher of the religion. Yogananda is not the author's birth name. He gained that new name after joining his religious brotherhood, kind of like how the Pope chooses a new name once they become the Pope. Paramhansa is a title within Hindu belief. To quote from Wikipedia, which I hate using as a source, but for this it seems fine, Paramhansa is a Sanskrit religio-theological title of honor applied to teachers who have become enlightened. The title literally means supreme swan. So the guy's name is Yogananda. His birth name was Mukunda, and he has the title of Paramahansa, all of which I probably am pronouncing wrong. So Yogananda's faith includes the idea of reincarnation, and in the first few paragraphs of the book he talks about his link to his past life, and how there have been many wise men over the years who are more capable of remembering their past lives than others, and how the true human essence isn't bound to the body, which is what allows for reincarnation. Our spirit is different from our body, and can find new bodies. This book is really good, and I recommend anyone interested in philosophy read it. So Yogananda's mother dies when he's 12, and on her deathbed she says she wants him to become a monk, and that when he was a baby he was blessed by a guru, and that she always knew he would be a great monk. So this sets him out on a path. He meets some more wise men. One of them tells him, God is simple, everything else is complex, which is just such a good line. Yogananda hears these men talking about a great physicist, and he's interested in the physicist because India is known for its metaphysical pioneering, for its philosophy, and not necessarily for its science.
Oh my gosh,
So
I'm using the wrong
Indian
pen.
scientist
Oh my gosh.
is kind of something of a figure of national pride. So he seeks out the scientist who tells him about his time at Cambridge. The scientist, whose name is Bose, is very famous, and he invented what in simple terms is a microscope that lets you look specifically at living plants. Bose demonstrates to Yogananda how he can introduce a poison to a plant which causes it to cease growing. Then he can add the antidote, which causes it to start growing again. Quote, "The evolutionary gestures on the screen held me more raptly than a movie plot. My companion, here in
He
the
might
role of
have
a
had
villain,
Skyrim
thrust
music.
a sharp implement through a part of the fern. Pain was indicated by spasmodic flutters. When he passed a razor partially through the stem, the shadow was violently agitated, then stilled itself with the final punctuation of death." Bose then says, "Graphs of my delicate apparatus have proved that trees possess a circulatory system. Their sap movements correspond to the blood pressures of animal bodies. I will show you my experiments on a piece of tin. The life force in metals responds adversely or beneficially to stimuli. My instruments have demonstrated that metals, such as the steel used in scissors and machinery, are subject to fatigue and regain efficiency by periodic rest. The life pulse in metals is seriously harmed or even extinguished through the application of electric current or heavy pressure. Countless uses of Bose's instruments will be made by future generations. The scientist seldom knows contemporaneous reward. It is enough to possess the joy of creative service." And that's what happened. Bose's research that the electrical pathway of information used by plants is similar to animals and humans led, decades later, to the idea that we can study plants instead of animals to see how they're stimulated by electricity. Quote, "The electrical nerve impulses in the plant were found to be much slower than those in animals. This discovery was therefore seized upon by Columbia workers as a means for taking slow-motion pictures of the passage of the electrical impulses in nerves." So this passage quoted in Five Nights at Freddy's is about how an inventor may never see the true fruits of their labor, and that they should be content by simply using their creativity to add to the cause. Also, it's saying that metal reacts similarly to animals when stimulated. The website FNAFlore.com claims, "The chapter noted is full of research depicting metal as a living organism through the method of experimentation with chloroform." This is an extreme overreach. It's not full of research. There's a single paragraph about tin reacting similarly to plants because tin carries an electric current, because it's metal. If anything, the point is that living things behave like metal in the way that we conduct electricity. Much, much later in the timeline of FNAF, it will be revealed that the animatronics are possessed, and that the manner of possession is that the metal of the endoskeleton contain a substance called a remnant. So like what remains, the remnant of a soul or of life force. This passage seems to be kind of the impetus for Scott's idea. The idea
Are we
that
keeping
metal
up,
can be
y'all?
stimulated the same way a human is controlled by electric currents, and thus electricity coursing through metal in a specific way can mimic the life that inhabits human bodies. So the possession is sort of like an imprint of your nervous system's electrical pathways on the endoskeleton of the animatronics, and thus they mimic your brain patterns, your wants, your desires. This later is slightly contradicted given that we see actual
Ashes.
ghosts, but
Yeah.
the line from this chapter of Autobiography of a Yogi to FNAF makes sense. It explains how possession occurs. Your nervous system creates pathways for electricity on a robot that mimics your consciousness. With all of that said, this exact sound comes from a sound library that Scott is known to use where the audio was already distorted, so maybe it means nothing at all. The phone call on night 5, the one that
I
quotes
think you're thinking about
Autobiography
this
of a
too
Yogi,
much.
was
It's not saying that we are only controlled by electric impulses, or we are, but similarly, we have a lot of similarities to plants and electric or metals, how they conduct electric pulses. Not that we are. It's just comparing similarities, not like exactly. No, not when it comes to FNAF lore. I think you are thinking too much about it. He's just making comparisons and talking about why would why would you use a random, like, if you're gonna make a game, like if you put a random audio that is like distorted and stuff from a novel, it's like, there's some meaning to it. Maybe he is overthinking it, his English makers are just trying to
obviously
make
recorded and
connections.
programmed to play on our 5th night after the phone guy died. Either Phone Guy was listening to the audiobook and the recording picked it up, or it was something more spiritual. One of the spirits is making us hear this for some reason. After night 5, you receive your paycheck. Mike Schmidt made $120, and the date is November 12th of some year. Based on this information, Mike was making $4 an hour, but that was his take-home money. That doesn't count Social Security or taxes, so he was making more than 4, but not significantly more than 4. In 1990,
Not always.
the minimum wage was raised to $4.
Okay, Jay, you're gonna tell me FNAF lore. This is an 8-hour video. You're gonna tell me out of all the FNAF games and how long this franchise has been going, yeah, he just threw that in. He just threw that in. There's no way he's. I mean, maybe, but I'm gonna tell you, like, it's not, you know.
To $4.
I think you just
also,
not as into it, Jay.
The Social Security tax rate was raised to 6.2% of a paycheck. Medicare was also 1.4%. These have not changed since 1990. That means that 7.65% of your paycheck gets taken out before you see it. So if you take home $120, you actually earned $129.93. That's $4.33 an hour. So the game takes place in November of 1990, 91, 2, 3, 4, or 5. We will be able to pin this date down later.
We used to love FNAF lore.
We come back for some overtime. After night 6, we get this pink paycheck for $120.
Yeah, it could have just been random, but
employee of the month.
with what he was talking about, it kind of makes sense to why Scott would use it for his FNAF games.
Night, Mike is promptly fired for tampering with the animatronics, general unprofessionalism, and odor. They really don't want you touching these animatronics and getting their stinky corpse rot on you. This is the story of FNAF.
He's fired for being stinky.
Random details and random events that can happen while you're playing. The Easter eggs.
He uses them in the next games, yeah.
Posters on
Makes
the
sense.
walls will change and show you a yellow bear costume with lifeless eyes, and occasionally a full, slumped-over
It's solved to this day, yeah.
you in the room. Flashing faces of the animatronics will also take up the entire screen, accompanied by the words, "It's me."
It's me.
This is often misstated online as being text that accompanies pictures of the yellow bear, but it's actually all of the animatronics, and the sign outside of Foxy's curtain will also change to "It's me." People have since associated these words with the yellow bear, but there's actually nothing connecting them except for the fact that they're both hallucinations. Hallucinations. Besides the newspaper clippings, this suit was the only real indication that something supernatural was going on. Also, the poster sometimes changed to this crying sad boy face. The yellow bear suit is obviously haunted, and it can teleport around. If you keep looking at it, your game will crash, and that's spooky. Markiplier dubbed this character Golden Freddy,
Mario.
and the community would take to this name. Eventually, that would become the name the games referred to him as in a meta way, like in the game's menus and settings he would be called Golden Freddy. But within the story, he has a different name, and we'll get back to that later. So, who is me? Why did the animatronics kill Phone Guy? Why does Mike come back every day despite the threat of death? Well, now is when we talk about Matt Pat.
Now is when we talk about Matt Pat. So true.
A massive YouTube network focused on theory channels. He is the showrunner and narrator of videos on the channels Game Theory, Film Theory, Food Theory, and Style Theory, as well as uploading Let's Plays on the channel Game Theory Live. Game Theory has been around for over 10 years, and in the early 2010s
actually.
focused mainly on nostalgic, evergreen Nintendo titles, and the occasional modern hit, like the burgeoning Assassin's Creed franchise. After the original Five Nights at Freddy's was released, MatPat was inundated with requests to solve the game's lore. Originally, he was apprehensive to do so because the game's story was so cut and dry. Matt decided to go a different route for his video. Matt makes several styles of game theory videos. Sometimes he talks about the overt story of a game and dissects them like you would a novel in English class. Sometimes he goes over the historical accuracy of games, or what secret meanings they might have given the context of their creations. And sometimes he just chugs a green smoothie trying to give himself super strength. Yes, this happened. So for FNAF, with the story simple and seemingly solved, Matt decided to look into what the game might be saying on a deeper level, leading to what I believe should be the most controversial video on his channel. I don't think Matt will ever take it down because it has so many views, and because it started the second era of his channel, where FNAF and games like it dominated the focus of his videos. But to be honest, it's definitely the black sheep of all of his videos. Matt's first FNAF theory is about how the game might have been made to reference a real-world murder that happened at a Chuck E. Cheese's.
December 1993, Aurora, Colorado. 10 p.m. Tuesday night at a local Chuck E. Cheese. At 10:05, he left the bathroom, pulled out a small caliber handgun, and proceeded to execute everyone in the building. This story is the one that inspired Five Nights at Freddy's.
A disgruntled former employee broke in after hours and shot some of his former co-workers, killing them. Matt traces
You
the steps
do?
of the
That's
killer
crazy.
and the places his victims fell and compares them to the locations in FNAF and the actions of the animatronics. Matt concludes that the game is telling a story of similar events, and that the ghostly appearance of Golden Freddy and the animatronics coming to kill you are actually the torment in the afterlife for the killer. This is not true. This is a big stretch at the
This
time,
is not
and it's
true.
certainly, with hindsight, not what the game is about. A lot of people are uneasy about the fact that in this video about FNAF of all things, Matt tells the story of a real-world shooting. It is handled with tact, and Matt says in the video he does not mean to make light of the situation.
This is a tragic story, a disgusting waste of human life, and one that I won't joke about or make fun of in any way.
But the fact is that forever, these people who died not too long ago and who still have families that remember the incident will always have their legacy tied to the funny jump scare bear game. Matt also
Yeah,
uses
that's
the
sad.
real-world
A lot of
shooting
people
to
believe
pinpoint
it's
the
still
game as
true,
taking
too.
place in 1993. 93 is when the shooting happened. It fits our minimum wage sweet spot, and in 93, the 12th was a Friday, which makes sense as a
He
day
did
to
it
be
several
dedicated.
times? He did that with Petscop? Really? That's crazy. So that's actually crazy. He not only did this once, compared games to real life tragedies, he did it multiple times. That's wow. I watched some of his videos, but I didn't watch every I don't know. Oh, I don't know. It's like sometimes if I thought something sounded interesting, but then I stopped after a while. It might connect. That's crazy. I mean, if the real life story, I guess, is not too bad. Like if it's not like a tragedy, like a shooting, trying to compare it, that I don't know, I don't know. I feel like I maybe it's just weird in general. That's just crazy. I just can't believe he did it multiple times.
The community has almost unanimously agreed that Five Nights at Freddy's 1 takes place in 1993. They are wrong. We will get back to that later. MatPat's theory was that the character, Mike, is the murderer, and that the game is his eternal punishment in death, which is why he comes back every day.
It's also a place you can't escape from, why you find yourself back there night after night, even after you complete your 5 nights. See you back next week, the ending text goes. You're unable to leave this terror, the threat of death, the guilt.
This doesn't really make any sense since he gets fired at the end, but it was a creative interpretation at the time.
Hello?
Hello.
Well, if you're hearing this, then chances are you've made a very poor career choice.
You made a poor career choice.
FNAF 2 featured more animatronics. Now we're introducing the toy variations of the core characters.
He's told a
The
story of an
toys appear
orphan.
alongside the
That's
old version of the
crazy.
characters, and
That's
some new
actually
characters
crazy,
are introduced,
genuinely.
like
Oh, I
Mangle
can't
from
believe
Balloon
that. That's
Boy.
that makes
There
me
are
feel
no
icky.
doors this time
That
around.
just makes
So
me
to
feel
fight
icky.
back against the animatronics, you have to put on a Freddy mask so they think you are in costume and they won't stuff you. Also, there's a music box you have to wind on one of the cameras, otherwise this creepy marionette will wake up and kill you. The game, much like the first one, revolves around this puzzle of figuring out how to stop each animatronic. The animatronics coming at you from either side of the room can't get you if you're looking at them. They can only move when you're looking at your cameras, but you have to look at your cameras to wind the music box. And you can't
That
just find the
Chica,
music
oh my
box and
god.
then check the room for creatures and then wait for the box again. You also have to check down the dark hallway in front of you, where Foxy tries to reach you. Foxy can only be stopped by flashing your flashlight at him, which has limited batteries. So you have to juggle the battery usage, your time between winding the box, and also keep checking for the animatronics coming at you through the vent. As it gets harder, it kind of becomes like a rhythm game, where you're doing the same actions over and over and only changing it up if you have to quickly react to something. FNAF 2 is considered the hardest in the series.
Yeah, I was gonna say
because at some
FNAF 2
points
is
you
one
need
of
to
the
react
hardest from
fast
what I
enough,
remember.
within a fraction of a second to put your mask on. Funnily enough, FNAF 2 is actually the easiest to beat on console because putting your mask up is as easy as hitting a button, and there's nothing stopping you from pressing the button over and over as you wind the music box, thus always having perfect timing if you need to put the mask on. FNAF 2 was released in November of 2014,
You get
about
aim
3
assist on
months after the
controller.
first. FNAF 3 would come not long after, in March of 2015. It's hard to explain for people who weren't there at the time how hype these releases
Yeah,
were.
this is
FNAF 1
an 8-hour video about FNAF lore. You know, just casual.
instant phenomenon, and I would equate it to how the only pure way to play Pokemon is in the 90s before the internet, where you're swapping rumors and legends
I
back and
chose
forth
the
on
wrong
the
pen.
playground. So many of them were total garbage, but they sounded true, and some of them were actually true, even though they sounded like total garbage. FNAF 1 was so mysterious, both lore and plot and atmospherically wise, that if someone told you there was a secret way to beat a night faster, you might believe them. And there is. You can literally just press a single button on the keyboard to skip an entire night. Or if you said that there's a 1 in 10,000 chance of seeing something nobody had ever seen before, well, there was kind of that too. There's also a fan theory at the time that Foxy was actually a good guy, and that the reason that he came and ran to your office when you didn't look at the camera long enough was because he was checking on you to make sure that you were okay. And the reason that he doesn't jump scare you,
That's so
and
true.
instead just leans in the door, is because he's not trying to kill you. And the real reason you die is because you have a heart attack when he's in there. That's what counted as interesting discourse at the time. But the mysterious, random appearances of Golden Freddy crashing your game. So that's Golden Freddy, so you don't want to look at it. And the myths about ways to beat Foxy, or patterns you could do to get through the night faster, spread around, kind of like how little kids would spread rumors on a playground and tell you that holding down the B button makes catching a Pokemon easier. Every
So
time a
true.
new FNAF game came out, it was like part of the puzzle fit into place better. Each game was like its own little puzzle box, with each animatronic being its own riddle. And the trilogy itself was like a puzzle, with each game being its own mystery, and it was structured
Oh,
in
I'm
such a
using
way
the
that every
eraser.
layer
I'm
was
so
important.
stupid.
And there was this implied promise that solving it was possible,
Why
and
isn't
that there
it
was this
drawing?
grand revelation in store for whoever could figure it out. When FNAF 2 came out, MatPat of course released a follow-up theory. FNAF 2 had a lot more lore in it. When you die, there's a chance that you might play a minigame that mimics the look of Atari games from the 80s. These minigames introduced the murderer of the series, this purple guy, who the fans call Purple Guy, and we get to see some of his killings.
It's strawberry.
The gameplay of FNAF 2 is similar to the first. There's 5 nights, but actually 7, and you survive from midnight to 6 AM, and you gotta stop the animatronics from jump scaring you. The only animatronic who doesn't overtly kill you is Balloon Boy, who sneaks into the room and steals the batteries out of your flashlight, meaning that you can't stop Foxy. This is not instant death, but it's likely death. You also can't be killed by JJ. Who's JJ? JJ is this pink version of Balloon Boy who randomly appears under your desk on very rare occasions. It's literally just there to
Purple guy,
scare you.
purple guy, purple.
But it does mean that JJ exists as an animatronic. He or she is a real important character. There's also an endoskeleton walking around. It does not have a suit. This is, of course, against the rules, and so theoretically he should be getting shoved in a costume, but I guess the rules are different for him. So the first game had Phone Guy, but he's dead. So you might be asking if this game has an equivalent to Phone Guy, and it does.
It's phone guy.
It has Phone Guy.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello and welcome to your new summer job at the new and improved Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. I'm here to talk you through some of the things you can expect to see during your first week here and to help you get started down this new and exciting career path. Now, I want you to forget anything you may have heard about the old location, you know. Some people still have a somewhat negative impression of the company. That old restaurant was kind of left to rot for quite a while, but I want to reassure you, Fazbear Entertainment is committed to family fun and, above all, safety. They've spent a small fortune on these new animatronics. Facial recognition, advanced mobility.
So Phone Guy is alive, and that's because this game is a prequel. That's right, despite the 2 in the title and all the talk about Freddy's reopening, this game is a prequel. This game takes place in the location before the first FNAF's Pizzeria. And since this is a reopening, that means there was another
Your favorite
place
quote
before
is
this one.
animation. I tend to get
3
quirky
Freddy's
at night, yeah.
locations, with this being the second one, and the one in the original
I
FNAF
tend to get a
being
little
the third
quirky
one.
at night.
Phone Guy welcomes you to this summer job. That's a mistake. Like, literally, it's a typo. The game takes place in November. Scott will later make fun of this mistake in one of the future games. Okay, so you're a new employee, and your name is Jeremy. And we're told the old restaurant was left to rot. Some people think negatively of the company, and now they're committed to safety. So that first Freddy's location is clearly where the murders happened. Sorry, not the murders, the missing children incident. Missing, not murders. We know that they were stuffed into suits, but bodies were never found, so they weren't murdered, they're just missing. This is my favorite part.
They even let them walk around during the day. Isn't that neat?
If you remember the phone calls from FNAF 1, then you know what this means. Animatronics would walk around during the day until the bite of 87, meaning this game takes place before the bite of 87. I love Scott's cough there, because he knows that we know exactly what that means.
You're only the second guard to work at that location. The first guy finished his week, but complained about conditions. We switched him over to the day shift.
Jeremy is also the second night guard at this location. The first complained about poor conditions and was changed to the day shift. He only worked for 1 week before switching, meaning that your first day is the building's 8th day of operations.
By now, I'm sure you've noticed the older models sitting in the back room. Those are from the previous location, and we just use them for parts now. But they were just so ugly, you know? And the smell. Those older ones shouldn't be able to walk around. But if they do, the whole Freddy head trick should work on them too. So, whatever.
The Night 2 phone call mentions that the old animatronics are being kept in the back room for parts. They're from the old location. These are called the withered animatronics because they're kind of decrepit, but it also tells us that these suits are from the first location. These are the ones with the bodies in them, and they're present in this building.
I'll be honest, I never liked that puppet thing. It's always thinking, and it can go anywhere. I don't think the Freddy mask will fool it, so just don't forget the music box.
Phone Guy keeps bringing up the puppet animatronic that can be stopped by winding the music box. He says it can go anywhere. That basically means it can float and fly. He also says it's always thinking. Now, when you first boot up the game, you're met with this cutscene. You're in the location from FNAF 1. Your point of view is inside Freddy's head, and you're just looking around. When the scene ends, the words "It's me" appear on screen. These scenes,
That's
which
the
game's
Freddy
files
throwing it
label
back,
as
yep.
nightmares, happen between every night, until eventually the puppet comes and stares at you. So someone is saying "It's me" to someone. Maybe to the spirit inside of Freddy, but I think it's more likely it would be being said to the person having the nightmare. Someone is saying "It's me" to a person who is dreaming that they're Freddy. And since "It's me" was said to Mike Schmidt in FNAF 1, I think the person dreaming that they're Freddy is Mike. Now, the puppet is not in FNAF 1, so this either indicates that after the events of the game we're currently playing, Mike will eventually dream about his time in the FNAF 1 location and then the puppet will appear. Or it implies that the first Freddy's location, where the MCI happened, is the same physical building as the FNAF 1 location. They opened in that building, the children vanished, they closed down, they opened this new building, it closes after the bite of 87, then they go back to the location in the first game, and then that one also closes by year's end. This would mean that these dreams about the puppet take place before the main gameplay of FNAF 2. And I think that that's the explanation. I think that's it, but we'll get back to that. Phone Guy also says that the old location was left to rot, and FNAF 1 is definitely rotting by the time of the game. On night 3, Phone Guy talks about Foxy, his favorite little boy. He says they redesigned Foxy to be more kid-friendly, but the kids tore him apart. So this Foxy is now called Mangle. At the end of the phone call is the most interesting and annoying part of the story.
Oh, hey, before I go, I wanted to ease your mind about any rumors you might have heard lately. You know how these local stories come and go and seldom mean anything. I can personally assure you that whatever is going on out there, however tragic it may be, has nothing to do with our establishment. It's just all rumor and speculation, people trying to make a buck, you know. Our guard during the day has reported nothing unusual, and he's on watch from opening till close.
So he's talking about rumors you've heard lately, so not the MCI, new rumors. He also says that whatever is happening is going on out there, not here at this location, not more kids disappearing here. Instead, it's things going on outside this building that people for some reason are linking to the company, and we'll get back to that. Thankfully, we have our daytime security guard to protect us. You know, the one who worked the first week of night shifts? He's got our back.
Hello. Okay, so just to update you, there's been somewhat of an investigation going on. We may end up having to close for a few days. I don't know. I want to emphasize, though, that it's really just a precaution. Fazbear Entertainment denies any wrongdoing. These things happen sometimes. It'll all get sorted out in a few
That has a
days.
purple
Just
tongue.
keep an
Interesting.
eye on things, and I'll keep you posted.
Okay, so now whatever rumors were just rumors last night are a real investigation. And Fazbear is involved. The way he says these things happen sometimes makes me think these aren't murders. There aren't dead kids appearing everywhere. This is about something else.
Just as a side note, though, try to avoid eye contact with any of the animatronics tonight if you can. Someone may have tampered with their facial recognition systems. We're not sure. But the characters have been acting very unusual, almost aggressive towards the staff. They interact with the kids just fine, but when they encounter an adult, they just stare.
So the animatronics, the toys specifically, started acting up on day 4, the day before night 4. Reading between the lines, we can interpret that perhaps the same incident that led to these rumors to become an investigation may have led to the animatronics now being in this angered state. Phone Guy did say they're connected to a criminal database, so maybe now that the police are involved and a criminal has been entered into the database regarding missing kids at Freddy's, maybe now they're on high alert about all adults in the building.
Hey, keep a close eye on things tonight, okay? From what I understand, the building is on lockdown. No one is allowed in or out, you know.
Okay, so the location is now basically an active crime scene. Got it.
Especially concerning any previous employees.
Well, we know about one previous employee, the previous week's night guard turned day guard who has our back. He's a suspect, obviously, but he hasn't been arrested, which means he might try to come back.
When we get it all sorted out, we may move you to the day shift. A position just became available.
Again, this shows that the day shift guard is probably guilty and was fired.
We don't have a replacement for your shift yet, but we're working on it. We're going to try to contact the original restaurant owner. I think the name of the place was Fredbear's Family Diner or something like that. It was closed for years, though. I doubt we'll be able to track anybody down.
Okay, so now we have a new name, Fredbear's Family Diner, and its original owner, who for now we'll just call the owner. Fredbear's Family Diner is not the location where the MCI happened. That was explicitly referred to as being a Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. So you have Fredbear's Family Diner, Freddy Fazbear's Pizza number 1, where the MCI happened, Freddy Fazbear's Pizza number 2, where we are right now.
Yeah, I'm just
and
mindlessly
Freddy Fazbear's
drawing
Pizza
while
number
listening to
3,
the
where
lore,
the original
to be
killing took
honest.
place. Alright, so you beat night 5 and you get your paycheck.
It's actually kind of nice.
Jeremy Fitzgerald, $105.50, dated November 12th, 1987.
Was that the bite of 87?
This game doesn't just take place before the bite of 87. It takes place...
Sorry, that threw me off so hard because I was like, was that a soundbite from one of you guys or in the video? I wasn't expecting him to play that all of a sudden. It just, oh my goodness.
$5.50, dated November 12th, 1987.
Was that the bite of 87?
This game doesn't just take place before the bite of 87. It takes place right before the bite. This screen recontextualizes the game and should definitely cause fear in anyone playing it because you know that the bite is now right around the corner. But this screen also does something else important. The fifth night is November 12th, the same date as the fifth night in FNAF 1, but now we know for sure that it's 1987, and November 12th, 1987 was a Thursday. That makes the next day Friday the 13th. It also means that Weeks at Freddy Fazbear's go Sunday to Thursday.
Sorry,
not Monday
been
to
my
Friday.
keyboard.
And that makes sense. My job, my real day job, we get paid on Thursdays. A lot of places have the weekend on Friday, but it's not like a hard and fast rule. It's not a law. The assumption was that in FNAF 1, the fifth night was Friday. But it's not. It's Thursday. That makes the sixth night Friday and the seventh Saturday, making the whole week run from Sunday to Saturday. So that means we know that in the original FNAF, we're looking for a year where November 12th is a Thursday, and in 1992, November 12th is a Thursday. And this probably is not some retcon. It makes perfect sense that when Scott was making FNAF 1, he intended the week it took place to have a Friday the 13th. The community thinks that FNAF 1 takes place in 1993 because MatPat said it did. He got that date, 1, assuming that they would get paid on a Friday, and 2, because that's when the real-life shooting took place. This first assumption is just an assumption, and textual evidence from FNAF 2 just completely disproves it, and then the second one is wrong. The reason people say 93 is because MatPat said it 10 years ago, and it just stuck.
Hello. What on earth are you doing there? Didn't you get the memo? The place is closed down, at least for a while. Someone used one of the suits. We had a spare in the back, a yellow one. Someone used it. Now none of them are acting right.
Okay, this is a lot to throw at us. We're not just on lockdown, we're closed. Evidence was found that somebody used a suit in the back, a spare one, a yellow one. The newspapers in FNAF 1 say that somebody lured the kids in the back for the MCI using a mascot costume.
I think I'm almost
But
done
remember,
coloring.
in the MCI, they didn't find the bodies. So this is a different crime. And who pulled it off? The daytime security guard. The old suits, the withered suits from the first location. Well, they're already stuffed. They're smelly and rotten and haunted. The MCI already happened. So this is more dead kids? ? Phone Guy still doesn't say anything about dead kids, just that one of the suits was
Not the
used, and that
sniffer.
there was some sort of crime. What was it, though? I guess we'll see. The final phone call finishes like this.
Listen, just
Whoops, I
finish
didn't
your
mean to
shift.
cover that.
It's safer than trying to leave in the middle of the night. We have one more event scheduled for tomorrow, a birthday. You'll be on day shift. Wear your uniform. Stay close to the animatronics and make sure they don't hurt anyone, okay? For now, just make it through the night. When the place eventually opens again, I'll probably take the night shift myself.
So tomorrow, Jeremy is going to be on the day shift for one last party. The last party that's going to happen at this location. And we know it's pre-Bite of 87 because the animatronics walk around during the day. And tomorrow is the last opportunity for that to happen.
I think I just have to
And
color
Jeremy's
his
gonna stay
Zambu's
close to
nails
the
black and then
animatronics,
look good.
which aren't
Probably.
acting right and don't like adults. Ladies and gentlemen, Jeremy is gonna get bit. He's gonna lose his frontal lobe tomorrow. The Bite of 87 happens after night 6. What's interesting is that in FNAF 1, Phone Guy refers to it as the Bite of 87, which implies, 1, that there's more than one bite, and 2, implies that it's the most important event that happened around this time. Nobody would call it the Bite of 87 if there were 5 murders the same week. I don't think anybody would be saying, oh yes, the Bite of 87, of course, if the week before an ex-employee had killed multiple kids in the store. But we'll get back to that. Now I'm going to talk about those 8-bit Atari minigame, also called death minigames. When you die, when you get a game over, they have a random chance to appear. There are
Ready
4
with
minigames
Jeremy.
in all, and they tell a very disjointed but important story. Each game is referred to by the fans by the text that appears on the screen when you play them. This is Take Cake to the Children. That's clearly not its title, that's its instructions. But there you go. You play as Freddy, and you have him take cake to kids. In the background, a deep robotic voice is reciting letters.
Save him.
Save him. Outside the building is a child, crying. A car pulls up and a purple man walks out, killing the child, then drives away. The puppet then jump scares you. This minigame depicts the murder of the child that possesses the puppet by this purple man. The next minigame is Foxy Go Go Go. You play as Foxy running out of Pirate's Cove. You run to a group of kids and confetti goes off. You do this 2 more times, but on the 3rd time, a purple man with a smile watches. You run to the right and find 5 dead kids on the floor. You are then jump scared by Foxy. These are the 5 MCI kids, the ones killed at the first Freddy's Pizza. We know this doesn't take place in the FNAF 2 location because FNAF 2 does not have a Pirate's Cove. This is the original murders before the kids get stuffed. The presence of Pirate's Cove is further evidence that the original pizzeria is the same from FNAF 1. The next game is Give Gifts, Give Life. You play as the puppet in a room of 4 dead kids. Now we're told that 5 kids went missing in the MCI from the newspapers in FNAF 1,
There
and
you
we've
go.
seen 5
Now we
kids
can do some
killed in the
shading.
restaurant, and 1 outside of it. We also have 6 haunted animatronics: Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, Foxy, Golden Freddy, and the puppet. The puppet goes around to the dead kids and gives them gifts. Within the lore of the in-universe Freddy's, the puppet is supposed to do this. The puppet gives presents to kid at the prize counter. They exchange tickets for prizes and the puppet presents them. But when the gifts don't work on the dead kids, the puppet gives them life. The puppet puts their spirits in the suits. It's unclear if this means the puppet is who stuffed the kids in the suits or if Purple Guy did it to hide the bodies. That has not been cleared up to this very day, but either way, the animatronics came to life because of the puppet. In the background, the robotic voice is spelling out, "Help them." Once you give the last child life, Golden Freddy jump scares you. But for a moment before the jump scare, a 5th body appears on the floor. There you go, 6 dead kids, 1 killed outside, 5 killed inside, each one possessing the original animatronics from FNAF 1, and the outside kid possessing the puppet. There's only one more minigame. It's called Save Them. You play as Withered Freddy in the FNAF 2 location. You can tell because the map is the same as the one you see on your cameras. That means this minigame takes place long after the other ones. The MCI has already happened, the animatronics were possessed, and now the second pizzeria was opened. The voice spells out, "Save them." Chica, Foxy, and Bonnie's withered suits are in the back, but around the restaurant are puddles of blood and bodies. The box that houses the puppet is open. The toy animatronics are standing on their stage. Mangle is moving around, already animated. Golden Freddy sits slumped in a corner. There are 5 bodies to find, but 6 puddles of blood. Mangle is already moving around, already brought to life somehow. The 5 bodies will now possess Balloon Boy, Toy Chica, Toy Freddy, Toy Body, and Endoskeleton. And the 6th puddle of blood implies a possible 6th body, under the table, where JJ hides. Mangle is already possessed, that's why he's walking around. I really can't think of a reason to have specifically him move around when the others can't, unless there's a real reason. And we'll get back to that much later. The issue with this clear implication from the game is that it's wrong. As Withered Freddy, you walk around the building until you are jump scared by Purple Guy. The game will also end if you touch various objects like the puppet's open box. You can also see the puppet floating around. But the point is clear, Purple Guy has killed again. These aren't the 5 MCI kids who were killed and put into suits at the previous location. This is 5 or 6 new murders. Purple Guy is back at it again at the present day, killing kids within the 2-week period in which the FNAF 2 location is open. Now here's the issue. This clearly implies the toys are possessed by these kids, but they're not. I think the Purple Guy intended to have these kids possess the toy animatronics, but it didn't work. These dead FNAF 2 kids are never named. We never see them again in the entire franchise. They are, for all intents and purposes,
Damn, they just got
unimportant.
murdered.
We also explicitly see the puppet give life
They
to
don't
the
get
original 5 murder
anything
victims.
for it.
We never see the puppet give life or help possess the toy animatronics. We'll talk about Purple Guy's motivations for killing later.
Are you really... What? What does that mean? Wait. Are you really who they idolize to Second the butterfly? I don't know what that means. Purple guy must be really quirky guy. He only kills. Yeah. You won't guess why? What? You know what? I'm just gonna skip over it because I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Later, but I think he wanted to test possession, and it does not work. The community calls this event the Dead Children's Incident, or DCI, because a bunch of kids are dead. But just like the missing children incident, I don't think the bodies are found. I think the incident is just the kids went missing. Obviously, it's confusing to call them both the missing children incident, but in the original, the purple guy lured kids to the back room while the building was in operation, whereas this time, he's kidnapping kids from around town. So I think this one should be called the Kidnapped Children's Incident, the KCI. There's also a legitimate group of people who don't think that the DCI even happened, because it's never brought up again, and that this is a metaphor or something. Okay, so now we have all of the events in the game. So, what is the timeline? What is the actual story? On night 3, Phone Guy mentions rumors.
Rumors you might have heard lately?
He says lately, which to me makes it seem like it's been at least a few days since these rumors would have started spreading. Phone Guy seems legitimately shook when the police investigation starts, so I don't think that the rumors are that 5 kids were killed in the restaurant a few days ago.
Oh, I forgot to finish.
think it's something else.
I forgot to finish coloring
I think
Zambu's
what's
hair.
happening is things
Whoopsies.
are disappearing around town. Phone Guy says things are happening, quote, out there.
That whatever is going on out there,
Outside the restaurant, and kids go missing occasionally. Maybe they ran away, or maybe it's a kidnapping. It is tied to Freddy somehow, probably because some witnesses saw someone using a yellow suit, a Freddy suit, luring the kids away, or possibly because the kids who were kidnapped all visited Freddy's the day before they died, or something. There was a real-life murder, a mass shooting a few years ago, and the evil individual who carried out this shooting was obsessed with the character from the Nickelodeon show Danny Phantom. And
Really?
he thought
Oh,
that he was
I
killing
remember.
people for her. And when he
I remember
shot himself
this.
at the end of the ordeal,
It's so
he thought he
sad.
would be joining her in the ghost world. I think that if people were to hound Nickelodeon for comment, they would say something to the effect of,
whatever is going on out there, however tragic it may be, has nothing to do with our establishment.
I think it's reasonable that people know the disappearances are Freddy's related, but they don't know that the perpetrator is the security guard. The way the Save Them minigame is set up, I think it's pretty clear that this is at night. The building is not open to the public. There's no one around to see the murders. I think this is happening at night, meaning it happened when Purple Guy was still the night security guard. It happened a day or two before we started our job.
If you're a kid and saw a guy in a yellow bear suit, you would not go near him. Yeah, I know.
That the actual killing of the
I was
kids
always
happened close
taught no
together.
matter what,
Purple
even if the
Guy
person
kidnaps
told,
the
like,
kids
just don't go
around
with
town,
strangers.
hides them at
Doesn't
Freddy's,
matter.
kills them one night to try to
Never
discover
go with
their
strangers.
possession, cleans up the blood and bodies by the morning, and because the puppet and Withered Freddy are chasing him around the building, he complains about the conditions. He's also done his murders anyway, so he's satisfied. So he gets switched to the day shift. Then you come in, Jeremy. The Withereds, which Phone Guy said should not be able to move around,
Those older ones shouldn't be able to walk around.
well, they come after you. I think this indicates
What?
that they've been awoken
What do
from
you mean
their
the
apathetic
color's
slumber
wrong?
after these new murders, and are now coming for you either because you're an adult or because you're in a security guard uniform. I don't think the Withereds were active before these murders. That's what I'm implying.
Are you talking
A
about the
few
hair?
days pass.
No, it's the same.
The police actually come and investigate. On night 4 is when the toys start acting weird to adults. So as I said earlier, I think the criminal database has been updated, and now they're looking for a killer. The place is going to shut down for a few days for this investigation, but I don't think anything has been found yet. On night 5, the building is on lockdown. The purple guy is a suspect. I think that day they found traces of blood, and the security guard is the suspect, so he ran for it. The kidnapped kids have now been directly tied to Freddy's, and specifically this location. But the method hasn't been confirmed yet.
Thank
Night
you.
6 is when everything has come to
It's
light.
one of the Halloween
Purple
costumes
guy
I'll be
used an old
wearing.
suit,
I have a few
yellow
others
one,
lined up.
and now none of them are acting
I'll,
right.
I'll wear like
I don't think that
one
means
every
that now on
week
night 6
or
none of
something.
them are acting right. I think Phone Guy has retroactively realized that none of the suits have been acting right since the murders.
I'll just change
Once
the
again
color of
explaining
this
why the Withereds are walking
tomorrow.
around. At this point in time, we are aware of 2 suits that are old and yellow. That's Golden Freddy and Withered Chica. However, neither of them are suits. They're animatronics. In real life Chuck E. Cheese, there are animatronics that perform on stage, and there are also the mascot suits worn by the staff to walk around.
Yep.
We know that suits exist at Freddy's because
Look
someone
at
wore a
see. This is
mascot
what
suit
Chuck
to
E.
lure kids
Okay,
to the back
can you see
room.
the difference now? They only have the in Chuck E. Cheese now. They only have this guy now, the newer version. But this is what he used to look like. The old, I was gonna call him FNAF animatronic. I meant to say Chuck E. Cheese. The old ones were so terrifying to me. Because they also had the other one. What was they had a chicken too. They had the chicken who played the guitar. They had a guy on the keyboard. They had the guy on the drums. I forgot all their names. I know what they look like, but I just forgot that. You know what? I'm gonna pull up real quick. Flashbang real quick. Chuck E. Cheese and animatronics. Nightmare Fuel. Yeah. Oh, what is this one? This one's terrifying. It's kind of tiny for you guys, but this one's terrifying. You can see it like very tiny. But this one that used to look like throughout the years. But these are the ones I remember as a kid. If it loads properly, it doesn't. These ones basically, right here. They got Chuck E. Cheese, Bella. I think her name's Bella. They got Barney I know his name is not Barney, but he looks like Barney the design. Oh, they had the dog. The dog. I forgot about the dog. Looks crazy. Yep. And then they had the pizza guy on drums. That's what they looked like. And I remember every time they would sing their song, I would cry my eyes out because it is terrifying. They are terrifying, man. I love trauma.
We know that suits exist at Freddy's because someone wore a mascot suit to lure kids to the back room for the
I used to just have a fear of mascots
but
as a
we don't
kid.
see these suits. We only see animatronics. We have cameras that can basically look everywhere, and there are no mascot
Oh,
costumes.
whoops.
So even though he says that it was an old yellow suit, I don't think we were ever supposed to think that it was Golden Freddy or Chica. The answer will be revealed in FNAF 3, but people try to say it was either Scott's intention when FNAF 2 came out that it was Golden Freddy, or that we were supposed to think it was Golden Freddy. And I completely disagree. Those are animatronics, not suits. A few more important things to note: in Take Cake to the Children and Foxy Go Go Go, Purple Guy is just purple. But in Save Them, he's wearing a badge. A security shield-shaped badge. So he was a security
And he has a
guard
banana in his hand. Oh, or a phone.
but I think this means
I don't
he
know
was
what's in his
not
hand,
a
actually.
security guard when he killed the one kid outside, or when he killed the first 5 kids by Foxy. The puppet also has tear tracks on his face, which is similar to how dead children are usually shown with tears. I already mentioned it, but Mangle is the only animatronic during Save Them that is moving. Withered Bonnie and Withered Chica don't move. The toys don't move. Only Mangle. I think that's kind of important, and we'll get back to that. So that's the gameplay and the story of FNAF 2, but there's more to go over. For one, we didn't talk about the ending yet. After beating Night 6, the night before Jeremy gets bitten,
You imagine that is his hand.
detailing
He had like a really long hand. I can see that. I just like to imagine it's like just some random banana he was holding.
That, of course, being the location in FNAF 1. Believe it or not, when the game first came out, there was a lot of debate about whether it was a sequel or a prequel, despite the phone guy being alive, and it also directly stating that it's in 1987. Alright, now let's talk about Night 7. With Jeremy getting crunched on after Night 6, there has to be a new security guard on Night 7, and there is. There is no phone call this time. Phone Guy said he'd be taking the position after us, but we know this isn't Phone Guy. Much like in FNAF 1, the Night 7 guard gets fired at the end of the night. His name is Fritz Smith. He's fired for tampering with the animatronics and odor. With a note
You got fired for Stinky!
He's fired for the same reason as Mike Schmidt, which is interesting. He's also labeled as employee number 3, indicating that Purple Guy was 1, Jeremy was 2, and Fritz is 3. We know he's not Phone Guy because he got fired, and Phone Guy does not get fired. Now we're going to talk about the Easter eggs. Just like in the first game, there's a chance to see Golden Freddy in FNAF 2. You can find withered Golden Freddy slumped on the floor. His withered state implies that he is a physical animatronic who gets fixed up after FNAF 2 and before FNAF 1. He's not just a ghostly apparition, he's a physical animatronic that still exists and is being moved from location to location. You can also be killed by his head flying down the hallway, which indicates more that he does have supernatural powers. Phasing in and out of existence is not his only ability. In the background of the party room, there's these little guys made out of paper plates, and they can just kind of disappear and reappear in the office. I don't know what that means for the lore. I already talked about JJ and the naked endoskeleton, but there's also Shadow Freddy. Shadow Freddy is just like Golden Freddy, but he's all black in an otherworldly type of way. Then there's Rick Fafaska, or Shadow Bonnie. Shadow Bonnie appears in the office, looks extremely terrifying, and I hate him. He's made out of Toy Bonnie's model, you can tell by the segmented ears and the curved section of the torso. But he has human teeth, instead of Toy Bonnie's buck teeth. Unlike Golden Freddy and even Shadow Freddy, this guy never gets any explanation in future games, and the fact that he's based on Toy Bonnie makes him even more confusing. For now, the only thing to note is that there's a ghostly black void in the shape of Golden Freddy and a black ghostly void in the shape of Toy Bonnie.
No big deal, it happens.
Also, people have tried finding meaning in the name Rick Fafaska, but likely it means nothing. All those letters are grouped together on the left side of the keyboard, and Scott probably just mashed the keyboard with one hand to name the file. Now we're going to talk about the reception and the real-world events after FNAF 2. Let's talk about MatPat again. MatPat's video about FNAF 2 attempted to solve the identity of the purple guy. Keep in mind, at this point in the story, there are arguably 6 characters. There's Mike, the guard from the first game. Jeremy, the guard from the second game. Fritz, the Night 7 guard. The original owner of Fredbear's Family Diner. Purple Guy, and Phone Guy. Matt concluded that Purple Guy is Phone Guy. Purple Guy is not Phone Guy. The murderer was, in fact, a completely different character. He was the
That was just an
murderer,
intense sneeze.
I don't think this was a bad theory at the time, but it started a habit that formed in the community of trying to solve mysteries, both before all the evidence is available, and also using every single piece of evidence. Nothing in the game can be random, and everything said or shown must be a clue. This would come back to haunt MatPat and the community. MatPat also claimed that this part of Purple Guy's sprite was a phone. And just no, it's not.
It probably is just his hand. I just like imagine it's a banana. A weirdly colored banana.
FNAF 3 was to be the end of the trilogy. On Scott's website, he often uploaded teaser images of upcoming games, and the first look we got of the new game's animatronic was this. An image of the character bathed in shadow, with the text, "I am still here." The source code of the website included the text, "I remain." Source code, in case you're unfamiliar, is what you see when you hit F12 on your keyboard. You get a lot of data about the programming of the website and can see parts of its code. It's very easy to put plain text within source code and have it have no effect on the actual web page. Scott will often hide stuff in the source code of his pages going forward. On January 26, 2015, the trailer for FNAF 3 was released. It showed a decrepit building, and some text appeared sporadically throughout. You're watching it on screen now.
I think the third game is the worst game. Or the least interesting, I mean. Maybe that's just me.
He always does. Who is he? Well, it's Purple Guy. He killed at 2 Freddy's locations already, obviously, so now he wants
At least
to come
gameplay-wise, it's the worst game.
The text, "We have a place for him," is followed by a yellow Bonnie
The Rizzler.
on the floor. It's rotting and full of gashes and holes. When the game eventually launched in March of 2015, it came with an interesting and very divisive description on Steam. 30 years after Freddy Fazbear's Pizza closed its doors, the events that took place there have become nothing more than a rumor and a childhood memory. But the owners of Fazbear's Fright, the horror attraction, are determined to revive the legend and make the experience as authentic as possible for patrons, going to great lengths to find anything that might have survived decades of neglect.
Yeah, it's just I know when you play the game, I think the gameplay is the worst because it's just you do the same exact thing over and over again to win the game, and it's not even like good gameplay where you have to like memorize. Like it's just like it's kind of bad. The scenery is the best. I think the scenery is one of the best, but it lost its potential by just the gameplay. The scenery does look great though. It's very true.
gels, a hand, a hook, an old paper plate doll. But then a remarkable discovery was made. The attraction
Just
now
have to
has
shape the
one
jacket a little
animatronic.
bit and
Okay, we need to
then
break this
play
down because
good.
it's stupidly complicated. Okay, so Fazbear Fright exists. It's like a theme park horror tour attraction. It's not actually a Freddy's location. The building isn't real. It's just full of memorabilia. Specifically, that teleporting paper plate. Scott, what does the paper plate mean? Obviously, the hook of the game is that there's an animatronic that was brought in, and we know it's haunted, so we know that this horror attraction now has an actually real haunted animatronic. The issue with this description comes in its opening line. 30 years after Freddy Fazbear's Pizza closed its doors, the events that took place there have become nothing more than a rumor and a childhood memory. Ugh. I don't know what your first thought was reading that, but no matter what you believe, it is very vague. Most people interpret this to mean that the game is set 30 years after FNAF 1. At the end of FNAF 1, we're told that the restaurant will close by year's end. There's no reason to think that there was ever another Freddy Fazbear's Pizza after that, so the company closed its doors of its final restaurant in 1992. That would make this game set in 2022.
Oops.
Keep in mind, a lot of people think FNAF 1 is 1993, therefore they think that this game would be set in 2023, but they are wrong. But that's not how I ever interpreted this line.
I'm on the
very
wrong page.
confused by this line of logic. The line is, Freddy Fazbear's Pizza closed its doors. The company is not Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, it's Fazbear Entertainment. If it said Fazbear Entertainment closed its doors, like the company dissolved, then yes, sure, this definitely means when the final restaurant closed. But saying the restaurant closed its doors just means that a restaurant shut down. 3 Freddy Fazbear's Pizzas have shut down. The original after the MCI in 1985, the second one after the Kidnapped Kids and the Bite of 87 in 1987, and then the FNAF 1 location in 1992.
Okay.
The thing is that the events that took place there doesn't really make a lot of sense if it's talking about the FNAF 1 location, or if it means multiple different locations. It would have to be talking about multiple locations if it's talking about the murders in 85 and also the final closing in 92. No events took place in the FNAF 1 location except for Phone Guy's death, and I'm assuming that Fazbear Entertainment would have covered that up. That location shut down because it was a failed business. It's the only location where there were no murders. If the public is going to have rumors or a legend about a pizzeria, it's going to be the original location. The second location was only open for 2 weeks, so I wouldn't say there's a lot of childhood memories that were made there. The location with the childhood memories and the rumors and the legends is the original pizzeria. The one that was open for a long time was not a smaller budget, rotting, decrepit place like FNAF 1, and actually had the murders in it. That's what a company would want to replicate and advertise as a horror attraction. Because of the ambiguity of what Freddy Fazbear's Pizza closed its doors means, I think all 3 interpretations are valid, but it makes so much more sense to me that it's talking about the location that people would remember fondly from their childhood, and where the murders happened. In my opinion, the most compelling piece of evidence is that 30 years after the final pizzeria closed its doors would be 2022, which is just a completely random date. The game came out in 2015. It would make no sense for Scott to just decide that it takes place 7 years in the future. It's not like there's futuristic technology, and it's not like we needed time to pass so that narratively characters can grow up. It's actually criticized by the fans that there's this 30-year gap between games where nobody is trying to hunt down Purple Guy. But if it's 30 years after the first pizzeria closed its doors in 1985, that would mean the game takes place in 2015, the year that the game came out. FNAF as a series is all about nostalgia for Chuck E. Cheese, and taking childhood memories and childhood
Oh, why is he playing that
and
video?
legends about
I
the
don't like
place,
her.
making it now
Take
a
it off.
nostalgic horror entertainment. FNAF as a series is literally the real-world analog of the horror attraction that Fazbear's Frights is trying to be. And if that's something that Scott is thematically trying to say with the game, then setting it now, when
too many
the series
tabs
is being
open.
made
Saw my
now in
thing slowed down.
2015, when the public is interested in horror stories about Chuck E. Cheese, well, that makes sense. And it doesn't include this weird inclusion that it's 7 years in the future. And while it doesn't really fix the problem that people have by saying that decades...
Why did they make him so
games,
ugly? That's what
at the very
I'm
least,
saying.
only 23
It's just to
years instead of
traumatize children, I swear. It's to traumatize children. They make the animatronics as ugly as possible to scare them. Shut up, Alex. It may be true, but shut up.
30 years. I am 100% confident that FNAF 1 takes place in 1992, and I am roughly 85% confident that FNAF 3 takes place in 2015. I will continue to go forward with the understanding that that is when the game takes place. Thank you all for letting me have this rant. FNAF 3 opens inside a dingy office, although it's
Amnesia,
probably
yep.
dingy on purpose. You get a call from Phone Dude, who sounds like a teenager and the exact kind of person who would be running a horror attraction for a bigger company like this. Alright, let's take a listen and then break it down.
Hey, glad you came back for another night. I promise it'll be a lot more interesting this time.
I think this is a meta comment about how you, the player, are back for another night at Freddy's, and that this game will be more interesting than the last two. And narratively, it is. Gameplay-wise, not so much.
That's what I'm
But in the
saying.
story of the game, this means that it's not your first night on the job. The player character has been here for a while, and that is interesting.
We found some great new relics over the weekend, and we're out tracking down a new lead right now. So, let me just update you real quick, then you can get to work. Like, the attraction opens in like a week, so we had to make sure everything works and nothing catches on fire. When the place opens, people will come in at the opposite end of the building and work their way toward you, then past you and out the exit. Yeah, you've officially become part of the attraction. You'll be starring as the security guard.
Yo.
Monitoring the people on the camera as they pass through, you know, to make sure no one steals anything or makes out in the corner. But you'll also be a part of the show. It'll make it feel really authentic, I think.
This both describes how the game works. The yellow Bonnie suit will start on the far end of the building and make its way towards you, like he said. But it also tells us the
How are
attraction
you?
will be open in 1 week.
Feel
and that
a
there
little
will
bit
be
better
people there
today?
from midnight until 6 a.m. It will be open while you're there. It's a horror attraction, so it makes sense, but it's a very different job to be a security guard during operation hours compared to a security guard after closing.
Now let me tell you about what's new. We found
Do we just have to do the hair and that's it?
Nice. And a foxy head, which we think could be authentic. Then again, it might just be another crappy cosplay. And we found a desk fan, very old school, metal though. So watch the fingers. Right now the place is basically just, you know, flashing lights and spooky props. I honestly thought we'd have more by
Not
now.
really,
If we don't have something
Who's this? What do you mean?
cool by next week,
I'm watching the 8-hour lore of FNAF.
and make you walk around saying boo. But you know, like I said, we're trying to track down a good lead right now. Some guy who helped design
It's
one of the
Zambu.
buildings says there was like an extra room that got boarded up.
I'll give Zambu a shout
something
out.
like
I think
that.
Zambu's still streaming.
So
Where's
someone who
Zambu's
designed
at?
the building and
Give me a
has
second.
knowledge of these boarded up rooms has now been introduced into the plot. We know it's not the original owner because he disappeared from the company before even Phone Guy started working there, and we know it's not Phone Guy because he's dead. So now we have this new character, Maintenance Man.
So we're gonna take a peek and see what we can find.
So they're going to an actual old
Sam.
location and are going to see what's behind the boarded up wall.
Some of this equipment is barely functional.
This maybe?
Yeah, I wasn't joking about the fire.
Okay, yeah, that's how you
a
spell
real
it.
risk. The most important thing you want to watch for is the ventilation. Look, this place will give you the spooks, man, and if you let that ventilation go offline, then you'll start seeing some crazy stuff, man. Keep that air flowing. Okay, keep an eye on
You don't
things,
need
and we'll try
sleep
have
today. Go
something
to
for you tomorrow night.
sleep.
This is the longest phone
We
call
can
in the
continue
series
it
thus far.
tomorrow
If you're
or
wondering why I
something.
started talking about the game story before the gameplay, it's because there is no gameplay on the first night. The one and only animatronic that can kill you, Golden Bonnie, is not in the building yet. You cannot lose on night 1. There is nothing to do. Except for maybe hunt for Easter eggs, but we will get back to that. So on to night 2.
Hey man, okay, I have some awesome news for you. First of all, we found some vintage audio training cassettes. Dude, these are like prehistoric. I think they were like training tapes for like other employees or something like that. So I thought we could like have them
Oh, you're
playing,
joking. Okay,
like,
okay.
over speakers as people
You have no
walk through the
responsibilities
attraction.
tomorrow. Okay, that's good.
Dude, that makes this feel legit, man. But I have an even better surprise for you. You're not gonna believe this. We found one. A real one. Gotta go, man. Well look, it's in there somewhere. I'm sure you'll see it. Okay, I'll leave you with some of this great audio that I found. Talk to you later, man.
After this, Phone Dude's recording ends. One of these ancient cassette tapes starts playing, and we never hear from Phone Dude again.
Then who was Phone?
But then we hear a familiar voice.
Hello? Hello?
Welcome to your new career as a performer/entertainer for Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
Phone Guy is back, bro. Okay, so these old cassettes were found at a Freddy's location. The same one where they found the animatronic boarded up in the back room. Obviously, these were
Wrong
recorded
color.
back before Phone Guy died before FNAF
Damn.
1. These are training tapes for an entertainer, a daytime member of staff. Let's take a listen.
These tapes will provide you
Thank you
with
for the hydrate.
information on how to handle
I don't have any water.
climb into,
I'll be right back. You guys get to listen to lore while I go get water.
Mascot costumes. We've heard about mascot costumes twice. FNAF 1 said that in the original Freddy's location, a guy in a mascot suit lured kids into the back. And in FNAF 2, a mascot suit was used in the kidnappings. Let's go.
Right now we have two specially designed suits that double as both animatronic and suit. So please pay close attention while learning how to operate these suits, as accidents/injuries/deaths/irreparable and grotesque maiming can occur. First we will discuss how to operate the mascots when they are in animatronic form. For ease of operation, the animatronics are set to turn and walk towards sound cues. This is an easy and hands-free approach to making sure the animatronics stay where the children are for maximum entertainment/crowd-pleasing value. To change the animatronics to suit mode, insert and turn firmly the hand crank provided by the manufacturer.
Part of this is gameplay information. You use sound cues to lure the animatronic away from you in the game. But it also gives us the important context that some suits that might be yellow can also look like animatronics. Golden Freddy is one of these suits, that's what I'm getting at. Why is he slumped over? Why can't he move and walk around like the others? Because he's in suit mode. And this gives the important detail that the manufacturer of the animatronics and suits is not Fazbear Entertainment.
Turning the crank will recoil and compress the animatronic parts around the sides of the suit, providing room to climb inside. Please make sure the spring locks are fastened tight to ensure the animatronic devices remain fixed. We will cover this in more detail in tomorrow's session. Remember to smile, you are the face of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
Alright, so we can stop calling this Golden Bonnie. This suit is Springlock Bonnie, and Golden Freddy is Springlock Freddy. These are the Springlock suits. They're different than normal suits, and different than normal animatronics, and they're dangerous. Let's get on to the gameplay. Like I said earlier, Spring Boy here starts
got
on
water.
the far side
Don't
of
worry.
the building. He slowly
Why
makes
am I
his
still
way towards
eepy?
you,
Wake up.
and you can use sound cues to lure him back away from you. He can crawl through vents or walk in your direction, but using sound cues to move him to the furthest point is easy enough. There are some issues though. Looking at the cameras for too long gives you a video error, and you have to reset
I
it each
dropped
time.
everything.
You have a limited number of audio lures before you have to reset the sound. And there's also a ventilation reset. Spring
The
Baby Boy
veg.
can move while you're looking at it. Unlike the animatronics in the past games, the cameras will
I
turn
don't
to
think we're gonna
static every once in a while, and when that happens,
I don't think we're gonna finish this today, so we'll probably get to a spot where we can stop because we're an hour 30 into it. And we can continue it like tomorrow, probably. Because I actually don't know. I was kind of planning just to do art and then just hop off stream, but I'm kind of into it too. Like I'm kind of like, yeah, this is. I'm just I'm just listening.
he can move. The game is basically watching him, using lures if he moves, resetting your systems as fast as possible when needed, and not getting
8-hour
injured.
stream
Within the
now.
building are also phantom
British lore.
animatronics. Phone Dude said we might see weird things, and that's what these are. These don't kill you if you see them, but they do make a loud noise and force you to reset your ventilation. The loud noise will bring Spring Boy Me Bob towards you, and
Spring
resetting
Boy
obviously
Me
means you
Bob.
cannot lure him away. It's really easy to avoid these jump scares by just not flipping to the very limited cameras that they can appear in, or in Foxy's case, just slowly turning left when you need to reset everything to make sure he's not there. These phantom animatronics consist both of characters from FNAF 2, like Balloon Boy, and FNAF 1, like the original Foxy. Now, theories try to use this as evidence that the security guard for FNAF 3 has seen both
Yeah.
sets of
I'll finish the third
animatronics, those from
game lore
FNAF
stuff.
1 and from FNAF 2. This is quite silly. The idea is that the nighttime security
I think I
guard
finished,
played
though,
by
with
the FNAF
this.
2, Fritz Smith, and Mike Schmidt are the same person, and that they are now also the guard here in FNAF 3. He's seen all of the characters, so
A
he's
little bit more,
capable
then
of
be done.
hallucinating all of them. And I think this is weak, because whether or not they're actually hallucinations is up in the air to begin with. Phone Dude says that they're hallucinations, but Phone Dude and Phone Guy's calls are always trying to play down the supernatural elements. And on top of that, Phone Dude might think that they're hallucinations when they're actually phantoms, they're spirits, the place is haunted. They're actually called the Phantom Animatronics. They might be ghosts. If there's any building that's going to be haunted, it's going to be the place where every
Yeah,
single
okay.
piece
Don't
of
worry, don't worry.
surviving Freddy's
I promise I heard everything. I have my Bluetooth headphones on. Whenever I walk away, I do always keep my Bluetooth headphones on. So I heard everything. Thank you. Thank you, Jay. I appreciate it so much. I was being talked to too, so I did maybe miss some of the stuff.
This is quite the silly theory, is that you don't need to have been a nighttime security guard to be familiar enough with the animatronics from the locations to hallucinate them. I have in fact had dreams or nightmares about the cast of the Chuck E. Cheese animatronic band.
Ew! What?
And
Stop showing us they're so. Stop showing me my trauma. My Chuck E. Cheese trauma.
Characters. In universe, these are beloved children's entertainment mascots. You don't need to have worked there to know what they look like. There were toys, there were cartoons. This thing has been around for like 50 years at this point. The conclusion that this playable character must be Mike because he's seen the older animatronics is complete nonsense. With that said, the playable character is absolutely Mike. There's a lot of other evidence for this, just not requiring him to have seen the animatronics to hallucinate them. You used the wrong equation and got the right answer. The gameplay doesn't really change night to night. You get fewer lures, Spring Bonnie and Clyde moves more often, maybe, and that's it. This is the easiest game in the series. So since that's the entire game from a gameplay perspective, we're gonna get back to the story. Actually, hold on, wait. I'm gonna play for you Spring Bonnie's jump scare. You have been warned.
Oh, it's so terrifying.
Yeah, that was pretty lame. Between each night as you play, you get an Atari minigame. These do not happen upon death, they happen at the end of every night. In the first one, you, as Freddy, walk around to what is explicitly the FNAF 1 location.
I think I'm done.
With water dripping from the ceiling and rats everywhere. You keep walking until you see Shadow Freddy, who says, "Follow me." You follow him to this doorway that did not exist in FNAF 1, and when you try to go into it,
this was a nice and simple one.
When you give up and walk away, Purple Guy rushes you and takes you apart, ending the minigame. This repeats every night, with the game giving you
the sound.
Chica, Foxy, and Bonnie to also follow Shadow Freddy to the
I feel like that's how it is most of the time in
in
general.
Now, and this is stupidly important, the sprite for Freddy has a bow tie.
But I think once you hear, I think it's the same with the other games. Once you see the jump scare a couple of times, it just loses its charm. I think the only game that does a really good job with the jump scares is FNAF 4, if I'm remembering correctly. FNAF 4, I think, yeah. Like where it's like, okay, they look terrifying and the sounds are terrifying.
Bow tie and a button. The withered animatronics from FNAF 2 have 2 buttons. The rebuilt, remodeled versions in FNAF 1 do not have any buttons. We know that the withereds were transported to a new location and then refurbished. We know that the original Freddy's location where the MCI happened was left to rot. And something that has always bugged me is that the newspaper clippings from FNAF 1 that mention the MCI and that the restaurant was gonna close are in the FNAF 1 location.
And Nightmares,
Why would they be there? That's not the restaurant that closed. That's not the one where the MCI happened. Unless it is. Earlier I mentioned that some people think the FNAF 1 location, the third pizzeria, is the original pizzeria where the murders happened. Remember how we know it's a different location from FNAF 2 because it has a Pirate's Cove? Well, FNAF 1 has a Pirate's Cove. So the newspapers being there makes sense. This, in this minigame, is clearly the FNAF 1 location and it's rotting. And we know that it's before FNAF 1 because the withereds still have their buttons. So if the first and the third Freddy's locations are the same place, and these minigames happen after FNAF 2, after the withereds are moved back to the smaller
on Chuck E. Cheese level, yep.
Then I believe that Purple Guy disassembling the animatronics is the reason that they appear dramatically different in FNAF 1.
Okay. I can finally close this and make the... We could just watch FNAF lore now. Confirm changes. Let's say... Just watch FNAF lore now, you know?
They weren't just refurbished, they were rebuilt, meaning that Purple Guy was at the FNAF 1 location before Mike was, and when Phone Guy still worked there. These minigames happened after FNAF 2 and before FNAF 1. Alright, on to the Night 3 phone call.
Hello,
For
hello.
today's lesson, we will be continuing our training on proper suit handling techniques. When using an animatronic as a suit, please ensure that the animatronic parts are tightly compressed and fastened by the spring locks located around the inside of the suit. It may take a few moments to position your head and torso between these parts in a manner where you can move and speak. Try not to nudge or press against any of the spring locks inside the suit. Do not touch the spring locks at any time. Do not breathe on the spring locks, as moisture may loosen them and cause them to break loose. In the case that the spring locks come loose while you are wearing a suit, please try to maneuver away from populated areas before bleeding out, as to not ruin the customer experience. As always, if there is ever an emergency, please go to the designated safe room. Every location is built with one extra room that is not included in the digital map layouts programmed into the animatronics or security system. This room is hidden to customers, invisible to animatronics, and is always off camera. As always, remember to smile. You are the face of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
These
Bonnie,
spring lock
Dodo
suits
Bunny.
are mildly terrifying. Like in the first game, it says you're going to be shoved into a suit.
I
and it
just
shows
like,
you with
I
your
always
eyes
like
popped out
bunnies,
if you
so
lose.
I
Like,
mean,
yeah,
Bonnie
that's
is, of
spooky.
course, even
But
if
a
Bonnie had a
company
different name,
purposefully
you know?
putting you in a suit that can impale you with tiny metal springs all over your body if you breathe wrong or if you sweat on it. That is horror. If a robot catches me and drags me to a suit, and then, okay, I'm gonna be impaled, I'm dead, that's fine. But the horror and tension of being inside an Iron Maiden for hours, for your entire shift. Maybe it's
Oh,
because
thank
I'm
you for
claustrophobic,
Yes,
but
I
that
did.
just gives
I will
me
post on
so
Twitter
much
right now.
anxiety. This
I
also
did just
tells
finish
us
it.
that the doorway
And
into
thank you for the
new
head
phase
pats.
is- It's a
So
safe
that's-
room that the animatronics are programmed
Where
not
is
to
it?
see. That's why they get an error. And it's not on cameras, which is why we didn't see it in FNAF 1. The jump from Night 3 to Night 4's tapes is highly contested. Let's listen to the first part.
Here we go.
Hello. There's been a slight change of company policy concerning use of the suit. Don't. After learning of an
Don't.
unfortunate incident at the sister location involving multiple and simultaneous spring lock failures, the company has deemed the suit temporarily unfit for employees.
Okay, so the first 3 phone calls were training tapes. They were pre-recorded and likely played for every new employee in the business. This tape is more like a memo. On that day, whatever day this happened, the spring-lock suits spring-locked a guy, and Phone Guy had to record this message. For various reasons, I think this happened before FNAF 1 and 2, putting it in the era of the first Freddy's location. In FNAF 2, and remember that location was only open for 2 weeks, in FNAF 2, Phone Guy mentions how the kidnapped children's incident was done by someone using an old yellow suit. That means
Oh, I
that
don't
the
know
spring-lock
Zambu's
suits
at.
were considered old and probably outdated by the time of FNAF 2, meaning that this incident took place in the first Freddy's Pizzeria. We also get a mention of a sister location. That means another restaurant owned by Fazbear Entertainment. And this is really annoying, because it means there's another restaurant we don't know about. We know about Fredbear's Family Diner, but Phone Guy barely remembers that existing, and he doesn't know its name for sure in FNAF 2, so there's no way that that is the sister location. But there is a pizzeria somewhere out there that has these spring-lock suits, owned by Fazbear, before FNAF 2, likely in 1985 or earlier, during the time of the original restaurant.
Yeah, I just posted
And they
Zambu's
have
art to
spring-lock
Twitter.
suits
I'll
that
add it
don't
to my
anymore.
Discord too.
Let's keep listening.
Safety is top priority at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, which is why the classic suits are being retired to an appropriate location while being looked at by our technicians. Until replacements arrive, you will be expected to wear the temporary costumes provided to you. Keep in mind that they were found on very short notice, so questions about appropriateness/relevance should be deflected. I repeat, the classic suits are not to be touched, activated, or worn. That being said, we are free of liability. Do as you wish. As always, remember to smile. You are the face of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
So the suits are being taken away, and technicians, likely from the manufacturer, are going to work on them. Other suits, non-spring-lock suits, not animatronics, but mascot suits, costumes, are going to be brought in. Phone Guy also calls the spring-lock suits classic suits. So it's not like when he recorded these tapes they were a new invention. They were classic. They were old. Also, there's these new suits, and they are not relevant or appropriate. put a pin in that for the next several hours until we touch upon that topic again. On to night 5, we have another jump in time, another memo from Phone Guy.
Hello. This is just a reminder of company policy concerning the safe room. The safe room is reserved for equipment and or other property not being currently used and as a backup safety location for employees only. This is not a break room. It should
There we
not
go.
be considered a
Posted
place
it
for
everywhere.
employees to hide
You remember?
and or congregate. And under no
And
circumstances
Cabbage is
should
doing a
customer
cooking
ever
stream.
be taken into this room and out of the main show area. Management has also been made aware that the Spring Bonnie animatronic has been noticeably moved and would like to remind employees that this costume is not safe to wear under any circumstances. Thank you, and remember to smile. You are the face of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
If the spring lock issue happened yesterday, then I don't think the Spring Bonnie suit being moved would have been noticed by management. At least to my ear, this sounds like it's been decommissioned for a little while, and then one day, randomly, it was moved. Phone Guy also says not to lead customers to the safe room.
MREs. Oh, that makes sense.
Mascot suit, and I'm going to drop the pretense he was in the Spring Bonnie suit. Purple Guy, as Spring Bonnie, brought people into that room. But that was caught on camera, and the police used it as evidence. If we had camera footage of Spring Bonnie leading people there, Phone Guy wouldn't have said the suit was noticeably moved. He would have known it was moved. We would have had footage of somebody using it.
You know what? I'm gonna make an announcement on my Discord about watch party. I don't know when.
I think this is what inspired
but
Purple Guy
for people to
take
choose.
kids back there.
Let me see
He
if
was
I can do
already
that,
using the spring
or
suit
figure
as
out
a
how to do that.
And remember, of the 5 dead kids, only some of them
Actually, I'll do
were
it
being
after
brought
stream.
into the back room, meaning he killed some of them before that using a different method. I think he took the suit, did his first killing, and then after this memo, realized he could start using the back room. If the main part of the MCI had happened and kids were being lured into the restaurant, I think that would have been noticed. After you beat Night 5, you're greeted with the final Follow Me minigame. The core 4 animatronics were all disassembled, so now you play as a child, a ghost of one of the kids, and you make your way to the safe room, past the broken animatronics, finally through that door. Inside are 4 more ghosts, and Purple Guy in a panic. We know there are 5 haunted animatronics, with Golden Freddy being the 5th, but Golden Freddy wasn't disassembled, meaning that the disassembling of the animatronics did not free these ghosts. Golden Freddy's child was able to walk around freely without being disassembled, meaning that has no influence on their ghostiness.
Why am I
And
asleep?
this explains why they're able to repossess the animatronics for FNAF 1.
Stop
So the
sleeping.
ghost chases Purple Guy around for a bit. There are these square things on the ground. Some people think they're boxes, some people think they're arcade cabinets. Phone Guy did say that they put unused things back here, so either one of those examples works. Some people think that they're safes, like this is the safe room where safes are, but Phone Guy specifically said it was for employee safety. This is the safety room, not the safe room. In the corner is the Spring Bonnie suit. Now, we don't know if it's been sitting there since 1985 in the MCI, or if it was brought from the FNAF 2 location in '87. But Golden Freddy was brought to the FNAF 2 location, and Phone Guy says someone used an old yellow suit for the kidnapped children incident. So I'm guessing that yes, it was moved around when different locations closed and reopened. Purple Guy theoretically hasn't worn this suit since the kidnappings in FNAF 2 back in 1987, but he gets into it now. Many people interpret this as him getting into the suit he wore when he killed the kids to scare the ghosts. Others look at the actual gameplay and say that wearing a Freddy mask in FNAF 2 tricked the haunted animatronics, so Purple Guy might be wearing this costume to trick the ghosts. I don't buy that at all. The animatronics, when possessed, act like animatronics. They perform during the day, they stuff you when they catch you because it's against the rules. Spring Bonnie himself in this game is set to follow sound, so he can be where the party is. If the spirit inside the suit was in control, he would not be forced to follow those sound cues. The animatronics think like animatronics, so yes, the mask stops them, but there's no reason to think it would stop these ghosts. Anyway, Purple Guy gets spring-locked. The water dripping down causes a failure in the spring locks, and he gets dead. A fitting end to this murdering psychopath. Except it's not the end. Obviously, we've been facing off against Spring Bonnie this whole game.
I always
This
come
minigame
back.
took place decades ago, and the animatronic is now haunted. Spring Bonnie is Purple Guy, and he's not Spring Bonnie. He's
He's Spring Trap.
Trap, because he got trapped in the spring lock suit. The animatronic rabbit has a corpse inside of it. In fact, you can actually see that in-game, especially on these secret screens. That's rotting skin and sinew, and that is his skull. That is Purple Guy rotting inside of there. And he was in there during the entirety of FNAF 1. He's been in there for decades. And now he's back. Because
Like
he
this?
comes back. He always
Yeah.
does. The Night
But
6
I've looked
phone call
good.
explains how that all came to be.
Hello. This is just to inform all employees that due to budget restrictions, the previously mentioned safe rooms are being sealed at most locations, including this one. Work crews will be here most of the day today, constructing a false wall over the old door face. Nothing is being taken out beforehand, so if you left anything inside, then it's your own fault. Management also requests that this room not be mentioned to family, friends, or insurance representatives. Thanks again, and remember to smile. You are the face of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
The company sealed up the safe room without even looking inside, so Purple Guy, spring-locked, sat there, twitching like in the trailer, for over 20 years, until phone dude talked to a
Before
construction
guy.
guy, broke open the barrier,
Yes,
and
that's
found
true,
an
Jay.
animatronic,
You want some of Freddy?
and brought him here to us. Unbeknownst to the public, Purple Guy, the murderer, who lured kids to the back room at the original pizzeria, killed them, stuffed them in suits to hide the bodies. Purple Guy, who was arrested but released when those bodies weren't found. Purple Guy, who came back to the restaurant when it reopened in a new location, got hired as a security guard so he could kidnap and kill more kids, and got away with it again. Purple Guy was trapped by the very ghosts of the kids and forced to sit in agony for 23 years
Deserved.
inside of a suit, unable to truly die.
Screw the
It's
purple
an ironic
guy.
twist of fate, but it's exactly what he deserved. At
Mm-hmm.
the end of the game, there's no paycheck, no pink slip. The attraction burns to the ground, like Phone Dude said it might. Springtrap likely perished in that blaze, and is gone now. Finally. The police
Hopefully.
haven't ruled out foul play, meaning it might have been the security guard setting it on fire on purpose. But because of the faulty wiring, his crime will likely go undetected. A few items will be sold at public auction, meaning there's a chance for the curse to remain. But if you brighten the image, you can see Springtrap, perfectly visible. He did survive. And that is the story of FNAF 3. Except not really at all, we barely started. Jesus, this...
There's so much. Look how many chapters are in this video. Look how many chapters are in this video. It's kind of insane. I don't know what a good place is to stop. Maybe right before FNAF 4. Because there's a couple chapters that we can watch here that like round out to like about 2 hours here. Then we can stop at FNAF 4.
This is where
Continue.
the story gets tricky. That's right, the game where we can't even agree
Tomorrow
when
or
it
something.
happens, with phone guy tapes.
Oh, I
that
probably
were
should put myself
recorded
in
who
just
knows
chatting.
when, where some tapes were memos and some were audio trainings. We don't know where or when any of this is. Now is when it gets confusing. Beating Night 5 rewards you with this screen. Bad ending. What the fuck? Turns out that Scott was a little bit upsetty that people kept finding all his little Easter eggs and solving the game so quickly. I should mention that every game has an ultimate mode where you can set the AI to their maximum level, and Scott could never beat those modes himself. He
That's kinda
released
crazy.
the games not knowing if it was even possible. And each time it proved
He
to
just
be
made a
possible.
game mode that was
So
like
this time, I guess
impossible,
Scott wanted
and
to
he
make the
couldn't even
search
beat
for
himself.
insane Easter eggs part of the game. Before we get to that, we're gonna go over the normal Easter eggs. Like occasionally Shadow Freddy will appear in the office, and that is just absolutely the worst thing I've ever seen. Some of the posters change just like the other games, and these teleporting paper plates are back. Now let's get to the completely baffling, nonsensical way that you're supposed to beat FNAF 3.
Oh yeah.
Some of those end-of-night follow-me minigames I talked about earlier, there is one hallway that will consistently have different hints in it. The first night, the hint is, BBDB click. Clearly, this means that on the first night, you're supposed to go to camera 8 and double-click on the poster of Balloon Boy. This takes you to Balloon Boy's Air Adventure. As Balloon Boy, you gather up some balloons and exit through the exit, except you might notice that that's not all of the balloons in the level. There's one more. So you start night 1 again, you double click the poster again, and you get all the balloons, and then you jump through this wall, which has absolutely no indication that it's not solid, and you fall, and if you keep walking, you'll find the final balloon. If you enter the minigame again, you'll find that these balloons you found now form a floating platform you can hop on to find a dead child. You cannot interact with this child at all. Now, if you go back to the Follow Me minigame, in the exact same
Never done
hallway,
any of the
you
hardest
might notice
ones.
some boxes with some arrows in them. This, obviously, is a hint that you need to find the arcade cabinet on camera 7 and input the code on the buttons in the machine in order to
Of course,
enter
why
Mangle's
wouldn't you?
quest. Mangle needs to find his missing parts and avoid this mean bully. So you jump around and you find
Isn't
the
it
parts
funny
and you
that
go out the exit, except no.
Mangle is actually a boy, but a lot. I feel like the same thing happened with Bonnie a lot. Bonnie, like some people were like, Bonnie's a girl sometimes in the beginning, but same thing would happen with Mangle. I'm pretty sure Mangle's a boy, and everyone calls it a girl because it's supposed to be a new revamped version of Foxy, and people still call it a girl.
We've learned,
Which is
you
fair
don't go
enough, I
out the
guess.
exit. Instead, you jump through this wall, fall down past a giant crying puppet, and find a ladder of balloons. These balloons would not have been there if we did not gather them in the Balloon Boy minigame. So you jump up all the balloons, and then you find a cake. Now, clearly, since we are super geniuses, we can deduce that since the balloons from Balloon Boy's adventures carry over to Mangle's quest, that means the cake from Mangle's quest probably carries back over to Balloon Boy Adventure. So we double click on the poster and we go through again, we get all the balloons, we jump through the wall, we go up the balloon path, find the dead child, and then we give him the cake. And now he's a happy little dead boy. The next night, when doing the Follow Me minigame,
It was a
you'll
girly
find
girl. I
picture
think
of
Mangle
4
is a
cupcakes.
boy, if I'm not
This
mistaken.
means that you have to search every camera in the
Because
building,
Mangold
find
is
4
supposed to be
cupcakes, and click on
Foxy.
them, and then you get to
Unless they
start Chica's
changed
party.
their
In Chica's party,
Foxy's
you
gender,
specifically play as
in
Toy
the next
Chica.
game.
You need to grab
It's a
cupcakes and give
fanboy.
them to
Okay, yeah,
children.
that works
But
too.
we know better than to exit the minigame, so instead we're going to jump through the wall, land on one of the red balloons, and find another child to give the cake to. Also, you can't do this without first having done the Balloon Boy game. On the next night, the clue is 395248, and this one gave people a lot of trouble. On the first time, you had to double-click Balloon Boy. That's weird. Second one, you had to put in the Konami code into this arcade cabinet. That's weird. Third one, you gotta find some hidden cupcakes. But this one, you need to click on the wall tiles in the office arranged in a 3x3 grid like a phone keypad and click 395248. You need to dial it onto the wall tiles. You gotta dial the tile.
Yeah, why wouldn't
This
you? You know, it
unlocks
makes
Stage
sense.
01. In Stage 01, Golden Freddy and Golden Bonnie, or Spring Bonnie and Spring Freddy, or Spring Bonnie and Fredbear, whatever. They have so many names, but technically this is Fredbear and Spring Bonnie. Even though I think it should be Fredbear and Bun Bonnie, but no one cares what I think. So here's a small stage in a small restaurant. These 2 old costumes were used back at Fredbear's Family Diner, which is where this game clearly is set. This is the location before the location where the MCI happened. So if you glitch through the walls and the ceiling and then you do all of this nonsense...
Yeah, makes sense to me, like, obviously, you know. Why wouldn't you have to do all that?
You'll reach a child and give them cake. Now, if you take a second and you think, this is weird, the first child was helped by Balloon Boy, and the second by Mangle, and the third by Toy Chica, specifically Toy Chica, maybe that means they were killed at the second Freddy's location. Maybe this child was killed at Fredbear's Family Diner. No. But that's the exact kind of detail that drives people crazy and makes them try to shove square pegs into round holes. Everyone knows it only works the other way around.
Semicircle? The semicircle.
That's right, it's the square hole.
Next night, the hint is Shadow Bonnie, and on that night, a doll of Shadow Bonnie appears in your office, and now you're playing as good old Rick Faska. You
Oh, where's
glitch your way
Faska
through
is
other
back.
mini-games until you find a child and give him cake. Now, the last thing to do is to click on this poster of the puppet, because... duh. And you enter into Happiest Day. As a child wearing a mask of the puppet, you pass by various tables with kids sitting at them wearing masks that we've never seen before.
An alligator
green
and a pig
alligator,
one.
A pink pig, a purple thing, a blue
Purple
pig,
thing.
an orange bird. Then at the end of the hall are 4 kids, in masks of Freddy, Chica, Foxy, and Bonnie, and a crying child with no mask. If you did all the games correctly, then the puppet will give the child a cake. He will put on the Fredbear or Golden Freddy mask, and then they will all vanish, leaving their masks behind and freeing their balloons or their souls to rise to the sky. What was that? Like, we get it. There were a lot of murders. Kid outside Fredbear's is the puppet. The MCI kids are the core 4, and then there's Golden Freddy. The other 5 are probably the 5 kids from FNAF 2 with the KCI and the Save Them minigame. But what is this? If you proceed to the end of the final night again, you see the ghosts all hunt down Purple Guy. Maybe it makes sense now that the animatronics are disassembled and they've all had this little party, and that's why they can manifest as ghosts and attack Purple Guy and kill him, and then all go to heaven. Except that's totally not what happens. The end screen now shows that the masks do not have lights in them. They are empty. The souls are gone. For some reason, in the bad ending screen, the way the masks are positioned makes it look like there are 2 lights inside Golden Freddy. On the good ending screen, Golden Freddy isn't there at all. There are some questions about when Happiest Day takes place. If the kids join up and move on the day that Purple Guy is spring-locked, then the animatronics wouldn't have been haunted for FNAF 1. It seems like it probably happens when FNAF 3 happens, but that's also kind of weird, because why would they move on the moment that Springtrap is freed? It's also argued whether or not the puppet is actually in FNAF 3. There are phantoms, which we know are not physical beings, but the puppet seems real. MatPat pointed out in one of his videos that there is a reflection in this puddle, which seems to indicate that the puppet is probably real. If the puppet is still possessed, then Happiest Day cannot have happened yet. That makes me pretty confident to put Happiest Day and the children's souls getting freed after FNAF 3, meaning that the scene of the ghosts attacking Purple Guy had nothing to do with Happiest Day. And that also makes sense because it's very heavily implied that what is haunted about the animatronics are the endoskeletons. There are multiple costumes and outer casings in the back room of FNAF 1 for all the characters, so it's not the casings that are possessed, it's the endoskeleton. I really don't think there's a correlation between Purple Guy getting springed and Happiest Day, except for the fact that they're both told in FNAF 3. It does bring a whole new meaning to Shadow Freddy, though. Purple Guy uses him to lure the animatronics to their demise. He also appeared in FNAF 2, after those murders happened, and he appears in our office in FNAF 3. That thing is evil. Whatever it is, it's clearly
Evil. I like how you said that.
Purple Guy is evil, and it's right there. Golden Freddy in the first game was spooky because these animatronics are trying to kill you. But now we know that the animatronics are innocent kids, and that they don't really mean to kill us. But this thing is legitimately evil. And that is FNAF 3. Almost.
Almost.
Major question.
We're almost done.
What were those mini games? Obviously, the security guard, us, we were not playing those games. We weren't sitting there playing Mangle's Quest and somehow affecting events that were happening in the ghost world, right? I don't get it.
He's evil now. I also like his room. His room is actually sick.
All right,
the way it's decorated.
Our good buddy MatPat.
Scotty C certainly didn't make things any easier for us, but at this point I think we finally have enough puzzle pieces scattered across the 3 games to assemble a fairly accurate picture of this franchise's lore.
You may be wondering why I said that the FNAF timeline and story are so confusing, when I have put together a very coherent story so far. Well, that's because I have hindsight. I know what things and Easter eggs and clues are relevant and which are not. I know that Purple Guy isn't Phone Guy. I know that this murder is Purple Guy's first murder, and thus it's very easy to place this at Fredbear's Family Diner. I was able to put things in chronological order because I've had almost 10 years to sit on it. When these games first came out, you were hit with everything at once. If you're playing through FNAF 3 normally, you're playing each night, and then between each night you're playing something that happened years ago in the Follow Me minigame. Then the games end, with an event that set the game into motion in the first place. The last thing you play is the first
This
thing that
Rising
happened.
cover, yeah.
And it was the same in FNAF 2. You found out all these murders happened the day before you started working, at the end of the game. The events are not explained chronologically or even coherently, but beyond that, there was also MatPat. Now, I'm not going to say that
also
he was the entire...
MatPat. I think Poppy Playtime is another game that actually has great lore. The company's kind of weird, but the games are actually, I think, have great lore too. Not as expansive, but still interesting lore. Don't be
community, because that is simply not
Don't
true.
put on this.
But he did steer the discussion for years. Discussions either became built on his theories off of his assertions, which led to some faulty
What the hell? Why would you put that in this video? What is that?
or it led to some contrarians, some pariahs out there trying to disprove him, but they weren't listened to because they disagreed with MatPat. So now we're going to watch some of his post-FNAF 3 videos so we can get a good grasp on where the theories were at the time and how not even close they were.
This is not Fredbear Diner like many interpret, but rather the first location of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, predating the events of...
Yeah, why did Matt... You're telling me... That wasn't even in his video. That was in MatPat's video. MatPat put that in his video. Yeah, he put that in the video. Made stories that Scott would choose and decide. Yeah. I'm not gonna put on the version.
Two. How do we know? Well, by paying close attention to the old recordings of Phone Guy dug up in FNAF 3, he introduces us to Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, not Diner, before explaining the functionality of the special spring-lock suits.
This isn't true. I'm not going to say that this is certainly Fredbear's Family Diner, but the logic he just used is flawed. Phone Guy can make training tapes for suits even years after those suits were invented. There's also no reason to think that these are spring-lock suits. They might just be the Fredbear and Old Bonnie animatronics, which were yellow. There's nothing in this minigame that makes it seem like these are spring-lock suits.
After learning of an unfortunate incident at the sister location involving multiple and simultaneous spring lock failures, the company has deemed the suits...
They're deranged, sometimes they are.
The classic suits are being retired to an appropriate location.
Now, let's pause here. 2 employees are killed by the failure of a Bonnie suit and a Freddy suit.
I'ma stop you right there. Phone Guy says there was an incident with multiple spring lock failures. Each suit has multiple spring locks inside of them. I think the phrase multiple spring lock failures just means there was a complete failure of the system. If one spring lock fails, you get stabbed. But if all of them fail, you get instantly crushed. I don't think this even intends to imply that 2 suits both failed at the same time, killing 2 employees. I think it just means that one suit failed catastrophically. MatPat will go on to use this as evidence that Shadow Bonnie and Shadow Freddy are the ghosts.
You know what this reminds me of, actually? This is so off topic, but there is in one of the Godzilla movies, one of the Godzilla actors, I forgot which year it was in the suit of the Godzilla. It was one of the way older ones, definitely. But he was in the suit of the Godzilla. And he just, he didn't necessarily get crushed, but he basically melted inside of, because of how the suit was. He basically was just melted in that suit. It's kind of crazy. That's what I was thinking of because of this.
That's not the case. But it did limit the discussion of their true identities for years because people just assumed that MatPat was correct.
But remember, Golden Freddy is a decommissioned spring-lock suit at this point, deemed too unsafe to be functional. The reason he's slumped over and can't move like the rest is that his endoskeleton has been taken out. He's in suit mode. This also explains the lone naked endoskeleton that appears occasionally in both Five Nights 2 and Five Nights 1, an endoskeleton that once belonged to Golden Freddy.
It's not important, but this is factually incorrect. The endos in FNAF 1 and 2 are different models. Also, when a spring-lock suit is worn, the endo is not taken out, it's actually moved to the sides, so that there's room for a person to climb inside. Also, in my personal understanding of the series, it would be the endo that is haunted, not the casing.
Dude, these are like prehistoric. I think they were like training tapes.
In short, all of Phone Guy's messages are unstuck in time, not recorded anytime near your tenure as security guard. That includes the ones in FNAF 2 talking about children going missing. The pizzeria isn't being shut down for an investigation of some missing children the week you happen to be working there. You're listening to old tapes meant for the night security guard from months ago.
Again, this is just wrong. Phone Guy says he'll be taking over the job after you. But if that was recorded a while ago, then you wouldn't have this job. The paycheck labels you as employee number 2, and Fritz as employee number 3. And we know that Purple Guy was employee number 1. The newspaper says the location was only open for a few weeks. Even just with the evidence from FNAF 2, this statement is just so wrong.
And just looking at it from every possible angle, all logic points to it being the phone guy.
Also, Matt Pat still thinks phone guy is purple guy.
Consider this, he's the only person in the game who knows about the safe rooms. As we've mentioned before, all the safe rooms were sealed up back in the Springlock suit days, back in the first Freddy Fazbear's Pizza location, meaning every other employee coming afterward would have never even heard of these things. Phone Guy is the only character we meet who would have any knowledge of these rooms. He's also the only person who knows how to use the Springlock suits. Again, once they were decommissioned, the suits were hidden away. We know for a fact the killer was using one of the yellow spring-locked suits, and Phone Guy is the only character we know who had knowledge of A, where they were hidden, and B, how they were operated safely.
This part made my brain hurt. Matt Pat says Phone Guy is the only person who knows about the spring-lock suits in the safe room. Then he points out that no employees who work there after him would be told about them, and that he's the only character we meet who knows about them. That second part is true. He is the only character we meet who would know about them. But obviously other people know about the suits. Phone Guy records a memo to tell all the employees about not touching the suits after they've been decommissioned. He makes a memo about the room being boarded up. Matt just went from Phone Guy is the last person in the group of employees who would know, to Phone Guy is the only person who could possibly know. Obviously, the performers who used the suits would know. The technicians that took the suits away after they were decommissioned would know. And we know that Purple Guy was an employee. I don't know if Matt just had a brain fart or if he's grasping at straws, but this is literally just a lie. He also says that FNAF 1 is an alternate universe where the bad ending happened. No. I just wanted to talk about this video because it really paints a picture of how people had no idea what was going on at the time. And as we move into the next section, where I have no idea what's going on, I want you to understand how the people who interpreted FNAF 1 as an alternate universe bad ending prequel have no chance of understanding FNAF 4, the final chapter.
Nah, we'll watch that next time. Or tomorrow. We'll slowly, bit by bit, watch it. I'm falling asleep. I should put my light on. I actually didn't have anything else planned for today. I mean, my schedule has stuff planned, but I never said I was going to sleep. Maybe, actually. Maybe I should just go to sleep. Maybe. Are you going? Let's see. Okay, we're at chapter 4, which will be interesting. I don't think I have any games that I really want to play, so maybe I'll just end. Wait, I wanted to check the price of Omori real quick. There's actually so many games that I want to buy. Omori. Is Omori not on Steam? Like, for real? Maybe. Don't open Twitter. Oh, you don't know how much above chapter 4? Okay. Come back tomorrow, Jay. We'll be watching more. I don't believe you for some reason. For some reason, I think you're gonna be playing Civ 6. Amori. Where's Amori? Where can I buy it? It is on Steam. Did I just type it wrong? I did. What? Maybe I just couldn't find it for some reason. You're also not gonna play. Oh, thank you. It's $20. I cannot get that right now, but I do want to get that eventually. I'm gonna play it sometime. I've been waiting. That game is gonna... I've never seen anything about the game, so that game will be fun. I also have Undertale, actually. And I've never fully completed Undertale, but I do have it. Maybe I'll do that someday. I have so many games that I should play, but, you know. Knock. Maybe we'll just chat for a little bit. Oh, maybe, okay, you know what I'll do real quick? I'll make an announcement on my Discord. I'm no professional of Discord, but I'm gonna make an announcement on Discord of 2 animes that we could do a watch party of. How do I start a pool actually? Create a pool. Oh, which anime should we watch party? Maybe I'll add more to it, but you loved Undertale. That's what I hear. A lot of people love it. I'm gonna put it for like a week or something. I'll put it for a week, even though I know people. Dan, and May. Wait, how do I spell it? Meiruko? Meiruko. Meiruko-chan. Sword Art Online? No. I don't necessarily dislike Sword Art Online. I just don't really like some of the it was okay in like the. Oh, the Casa, thank you. Let me look one more time to see if there's one more anime for me to add. That'd be nice to add. What's the recent top? Be like, yeah, okay, all good. I may be ending soon just to warn you. Oh, the exclusive samurai is also one I've been wanting to watch actually. The animation looks so good in this. Maybe elusive, excuse me. I said exclusive because my brain was malfunctioning. I meant elusive. I'll add that one too. I'll put those three and see what people vote for. Or no, I don't know. I don't know if anyone will vote. I'll just put it on. Can I add everyone? Add everyone in this? In my pool? Or should I make the pool and then add everyone? What works better? I'll make a announcement first. Exit. Let me put some music on while we're waiting. But I'll probably end soon. I appreciate everyone being here. I had a lot of fun making art today and watching FNAF lore. We're gonna watch more FNAF lore tomorrow. I actually don't know what I'm gonna be doing. At this point, I feel like I'm just gonna be watching FNAF lore. I was supposed to do something. I could just not. I could just not. Da 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 da. Hey, do I have a Dark Devil? I'll make a channel for polls whenever I need to do polls. Da 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 ba 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 ba. Running. Which one is right? Channel. I think this is the right one. Hola. Estoy bien. ¿Cómo estás? Okay, there we go. Okay. this. Aww. Ah, gracias, gracias. How do I say? Let's see. Yeah. Ooh, nice. My pronunciation will be off with it, so I'll just type it. Un poquito. Un poquito hablo español. Very little. Um, which anime? Actually, I don't know. Exit. Tell me now, now, now. Um, same. I used to be much better with my Spanish, but it's been such a long time. Can I add everyone in a poll? I'm not sure if I can or not. Seems like I can maybe, but I'm not sure. Maybe how I'll do it is add everyone in the message and ask them vote in a poll afterwards. Okay. I'll put in 2 weeks. I think I want to do the watch party. How should I say this? Uh, Can I add a poll to this? Like to watch. Oh, whoopsies. I don't know how Discord works. I'm not good with Discord. Which anime to watch party? Oh. Let's see what works out the best here. Nezuko-chan. And then the elusive samurai. I've been waiting to watch this one. I actually don't know. I heard good things about it, but I haven't seen much of it, so who knows what's in it. I hope nothing weird. That's the one gripe I have with animes. Love animes, but like, man, some of them are weird. Yo, eat now? Okay, have a lovely night, Jay. Thank you for being here. Take care. It didn't work. I have to, I guess, reply with this. I think I did it okay, but it's fine. It'll be fine. Hopefully some people vote. I can delete this channel now. Bam. Bam. Okay, I think I'm gonna end now. I don't know who's live right now, but let's see real quick. And then, wait. I'm waiting. I'm waiting for maybe 2 episodes, depending on what it is. I could say I'll say 1 to 2 episodes. How about that? Depending on if it's out. Because for example, if we do here. If we do what do you call it? Dan Da Dan. That is like an ongoing series right now, so you know, you'll try to be there. For votes. Oh. No, it's okay. I will announce it like way beforehand. Because I don't know exactly what day. I don't want to do it next week because I have a few things that I have to do next week. But the week after that, it should be fine. I'll probably do it on a weekend or a Friday. One of the two. We'll see. I did say I would watch on my own time. I promise. I'll get to it. Maybe that'll be the next one I do. Oh, my model siblings. Or we can raid Zambu. It's been a while since I raided Zambu. Let's raid Zambu. Okay. I don't know if Zambu saw that picture yet, but we'll ask him. 2. Thank you guys for being here. I had a lot of fun today. And literally, FNAF Noir was really like it was just good for my brain. It made me lock in. But yeah, that's it for today. Thank you for being here. I had a lot of fun. Yeah, we got to do a lot of things. That's it for today. I'll probably be wearing this costume again tomorrow, or I'll be wearing a different color version of it. We'll have to see how I feel. But that's it for today. I hope you guys have fun. I always have fun. Tomorrow, I actually don't know what I want to do because I didn't even do anything I planned to do today, but it's okay. We'll figure it out. But yeah, have a lovely day, night, or whatever time it is for you, and bye.